first item is opening. We officially open this Scopa public hearing at 11:35, sorry, 10:35. We note the delay, but it was due to the briefing that we received from the provincial treasury and the AG, which usually overlaps, and we make a recommendation that in future when we do our schedules, we must allocate at least 2 hours, because we could see that it always takes 2 hours for the briefing, so that we become real in terms of time. On the second item is welcome and chairperson's remarks. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable MEC, Mena Gezi Ekana, and the acting HOD, Me Mashamba, and your entourage, Scopa committee members, a representative from the AGSA, representative from the Office of the Treasury, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the legislature staff, and all those who are watching from different media platforms. Good morning, and you are welcome to the Scopa hearing on the 24th of February 2025. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And I'm sure MEC that you are happy because we have received good rains this season. And you are sure that we are going to have good harvest. Contrary, we also note the damages that these rains have brought, in particular to the infrastructure, and in some cases, the loss of lives. And this is as a result of the global warming, that we no longer read it from the textbook, but it's real. You can feel it, you can see it. And I think that the department is also equal to the task to come up with a very practical methods to farm under difficult conditions. We know sometimes that it rains and the other years it does not rain. But to sustain food security, it is this department that must be above all coming up with very innovative measures to ensure that the people of Limpopo and the people of the country are fed without any hindrances, regardless of the conditions that are prevailing globally. We want to thank you for accepting the invite, for responding to this hearing today. Scopa provides an oversight by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of government and public entities. And it derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 106, Section 114, 2A and B, which the Act stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all audience of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight role over the state institution. It is for this reason that we are all here today, to account to the people of Limpopo on how their public funds were spent. Scopa is also having a responsibility to track all the House resolutions and monitor their implementations until they are all resolved. All this can be achieved through performance planning, monitoring, and evaluation, which are critical in building a developmental, capable developmental and ethical state. They can further be achieved through the strengthening of the internal control of the department, and where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. We're still having challenges of compliance in most of our departments, and also we observed even in this department that there is a lack of compliance in terms of clearly provided legislation. And to us, that act is a deliberate act, because when there is a Bible that you have to follow and you decide otherwise, is something very serious. And we are saying that as the AG would indicate after auditing the reports, the financial reports, it is not only about balancing credits and debits or cents and rents. It's more of complying to the legislation. It's more of making sure that our efforts are directed into servicing our people. And as agriculture, you are mandated with a very critical issue of making sure that there is sustainability in terms of food security. And also, the department is also providing support to those who are making sure that they till the land and get that particular food. So the issue of service delivery is also key and should be measurable and should be attainable. Today we are going to receive the reports for 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 financial years. Maybe MEC need to check with you if you are aware of these two big files that we've provided to the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet you, the Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele, members of the Scopa, including the Chairperson for the Portfolio Committee, and Honorable Bella Kupa, and the HOD, together with the colleagues, the representation from various departments, Treasury, Legislature, including all the staff members present here. Let me attest to the fact that I own up the contents of the file as presented to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm being reminded I omitted there are three. The other one is receiving a report, investigation report, but the reason why I did not want to talk about it because it confuses me. But I just took it as an error to be corrected, because instead it is saying abacus, and as I was going to do there was abacus, so I got confused. That's why I don't want to talk about it. So it's just a timing error. Will be I think we confirm whether it is abacus or abacus.
Abacus.
Is BU or BA? BU. ABU. In some cases is ABA. So that is why I was confused. That's what but thanks for that clarity. So thank you, MEC, for that, and we really appreciate that you were able to heed our call in terms of going back to rework on the file, and then we did exactly that. So we find that it was easy for us to prepare that is why today I think we are going to continue with the hearing. Remember, like I said, the last time it was not about the contents, because with the issue of contents, we'll be engaging each other, we'll be asking questions, we'll be responding, and then we're making follow-up questions, and then we have a way forward on the issues that are in the files. So, but we thank you for reworking the files. There is an item on introductions, which is item number 3. We are going to introduce ourselves, but I also want to indicate that as and when we are going to start with item number 4, when asking questions, when responding, we must introduce ourselves again. Every time you speak, you must introduce yourself for the record and for the public to be able to know who is talking, so that they won't guess, because there are people online now who are listening to us. So for their benefit, let's introduce ourselves. It doesn't matter how many times I go to talk. If you are going to talk 15 times, it means you will say your name 15 times, so that they must not guess who is speaking. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that on item number 4, we are going to allow the committee members to ask questions which were forwarded to you, and you also responded. These files contain the responses. They will ask those questions again, and please respond again as you have responded into the files that you forwarded to us. If there are follow-up questions, they will come again to make follow-ups, and then you respond until we are satisfied, or until we have a way forward on a particular issue. I think those were the issues that I wanted to raise. So without any waste of time, let's go straight to item number 3, which is roll call and apologies. Introductions. Roll call and apologies will come after all. After we have, the apologies will come after we have all introduced ourselves. We check with different sections if there are apologies. But the first one is members of the public accounts. Starting with myself, my name is Esther Mokwele, the chairperson of the Scopa in the province.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of the Scopa Committee.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Tamama Ocha. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. Is a member of this committee.
Machironi, Nalanga Dine Pumbrun Champion Corbett, Muradawa Committee. Trovella Nagana, means Maina, and Nicola, Media Scopa.
My name is Asma Benjamin, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you. Morning, Chairperson, colleagues, officials. My name is Bella Musa.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction, Honorable Mubama Visa. No, we used to, don't worry.
The chairperson of local agriculture and development gets used to this.
And the legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Curry. I'm the committee coordinator of the Public Accounts Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Matumela Melody Elizabeth Bansett.
Good morning. My name is Katie Musana, the legal advisor.
morning, everyone. My name is Kabo Mwakikava, Secha, Office of the Chief.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomonde as a researcher in Scopa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shinika Shivabu, Committee Coordinator of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Office of the Auditor General.
Madao Umbrani from Auditor General.
Balekane Motlana from Auditor General.
Office of the Treasurer.
Good morning, I am Koshia Semenya, Provincial Accountant General from Provincial Treasury.
MSc and the team.
And Macheroni, Zina Lagadine, Nakedi, Ekana, MEC, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Rolewa.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members of the Public Accounts Committee, Legislature staff, all protocol observed. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Marian Kadindi, Chief Financial Officer for the department.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MDC and colleagues. My name is Fiona Edisani. I'm the Director, Internal Control and Compliance.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
The room mic, please.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, colleagues. My name is Jethro Nwata. I am responsible for agricultural development and farmer support as the Chief Director.
Good morning, honorable members, chairperson, and colleagues. My name is Moses Mabunda, Acting Chief Director, Agriculture, Regulatory, and Technology Development.
Morning, Chairperson, Honorable Members, MEC, colleagues. My name is Lesija Kola, Chief Director, Sustainable Resource Management.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, MEC and colleagues. I am Melinda Labuskaghni, Chief Director responsible for Agrarian Transformation and Sector Development Services.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, colleagues.
Can you stand up so that you are recognized?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Faith Nechtomboni. I'm the Chief Risk Officer.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Members, MEC. My name is Pearl Shipalana. I'm the acting Chief Director, Corporate Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nembani Makwela. I'm the Director in the Office of the
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, and colleagues. My name is Kazamula Mashele, Director, Employee Relations and Human Resource Development.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable MEC, members of colleagues. My name is Felix Sidwam, Senior Development Officer.
The Chairperson, MEC, and honorable members, colleagues. My name is Jonathan Mbe. I'm the Head of Office in the Office of the MEC.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, and honorable members, colleagues as well. My name is Hawalan Zwane, the PA to MEC.
Thank you very much. From the committee side, we want apology of Honorable Mantata Mahasela. We have apology of Honorable Sububela, apology of Honorable Mapolo. We also have apology of Honorable Mabuja. He's not well. He is just in and out. And then Honorable Small, at one stage you will have
Before the meeting number 12.
a meeting of whips at 12, together with Honorable Maida. I think by that time we'll be around lunch. We'll be able to come back. Remember, MEC, we did not contest that space, that meeting, because
it's theirs.
Yes, theirs, and we have taken the day for. In fact, we requested because of the pressure of time. So we will release them and hope that they will come in time to continue with us. So there is also, yeah, these are the only apologies that I am having. Yeah. So are they apologies from the secretary?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think from my side, we don't have any apology.
From AG's side, Karim said she will come back now. So just for the meeting. And then the researcher, Mr. Slade, also will join us later from the staff side. So these are the apologies that we received, and we are noting them. Now we're on item number 4, questions and responses for 2022, 2023, 2024. The approach, like I've indicated, there will be a question from the committee, and then it should be responded to. If members feel that they need a follow-up, they will do so, and then they will be clarified until we have a common understanding of the issue and a way forward. Remember, as a committee, at the end of the day, we must consolidate all the views, all the responses to make recommendations to the House, or even the recommendations to the department, so that we are able to improve on how we do things and improve the audit outcomes. It is our wish that 2024-2025 reports will, all the departments will get a clean audit. Because I think we should start there. If you are able to balance your books, it will be very easy to go to other sections where they are the sections of service delivery, because it means everybody will be able to account on what he is doing. So that is our wish, and that is what we are striving to do. And the other thing is we want to account. The public deserve to know how their taxes are utilized, how the money in the department is spent. That is why this is live. In fact, it was supposed to, if we had a very big win, we were supposed to just invite the public to say, come, we're accounting, because we owe this to them, so that they become transparent. One principle is transparency and integrity, so that we have got an ethical state, and an ethical state will not achieve that until we become transparent on what we do. And it is all our efforts that we should strive to attain a clean audit and deliver services to our people. And that can only be done if we comply to the said legislation and to set targets that we ourselves set. And I was telling committee members that we have received your answer, your responses. We asked questions, you gave us responses. We are going to make follow-ups where we don't understand, and it's your duty to explain. And when we ask, it's not like we are trying to be not. We want to understand, and we are doing it on behalf of the public so that they also understand. So, based on your responses, and it's you who wrote these responses, it's not us. Now we just receive the facts, and we ask how, why, and how are we going to move forward. So without any waste of time, we are going to allow members to ask questions. For the two financial years, what normally happens is that because most of these issues or most of these questions are the same or more or less the same, we will ask question one for both.
Status on the implementation of the House resolution, the progress on the implementation of the House resolutions for the 2020-14, 2020-15, 2020-2021 financial years is as follows. Out of 52 Scopa resolution of the financial year 2020-14-15 to 2020-21, we had managed to resolve 38 resolutions, which translate to 73%, and we are left with the 27% resolutions that are not resolved. Question number B, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolution for all these years? The breakdown of the Scopa resolutions is as follows. In 2014-2015, we had 7 resolutions and all the resolutions were resolved. In 2015-2016, we had 4 resolutions and all the resolutions were resolved. In 2016-27 financial year, we had received 12 resolutions. 10 has been resolved, meaning that 2 resolutions were not resolved. Resolution number 5, the committee had recommends that the accounting officer must take steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by section 38 Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulations 9.1.1. The reason why we had this irregular expenditure as amounting to 1,470,966 was incurred due to the overpayment on the performance management development system during the implementation of the performance PMDS financial year 2015-2016. The accounting officer has implemented the effective steps by ensuring that the verification on the calculations of PMDS benefits is verified by management accounting, hence the recurring of the finding in subsequent years has not been realized. As a department, we have implemented the consequence management on the responsible official, and an amount of 1,012,688 has been recovered to date. An amount of 397,437.97 was written off on the 15th of July 2024 as a result of natural attrition. The recovery process for the outstanding amount of 7,839.7 it is in progress, and the portfolio of evidence is in Annexure A. The second resolution number 12, which was not resolved, when the committee resolved that all the departments which are conducting investigation must table the reports in the House, the member of the Executive Council has tabled and presented the Scopa resolution on the 6th of October 2020. And the reports, which was investigation reports, which was presented was for the period 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017 respectively. However, during the period where the reports were tabled, the forensic investigation reports were not yet concluded. In 2017-2018 financial year, we had received 7 resolutions and 6 have been resolved. The unresolved resolution, it's on resolution number 2, where the committee has recommended that the accounting officer must develop a comprehensive plan to obtain a clean audit. The department developed an audit action plan which incorporated all the AXA findings during that period. All findings have been fully resolved. A point of reference is on Annexure 2B. In 2018-2019, Honorable Chairperson, we have received 8 resolutions. We have resolved 5 with the outstanding of 3. The first, the unresolved resolution number 1, where the committee has recommended that the accounting officer must develop a comprehensive plan to obtain a clean audit. The department developed an audit action plan which incorporated all the AXA findings during that period. All findings have been fully resolved. See Annexure C. The other unresolved resolution number 4, we were expected to conduct an investigation for irregular expenditure amounting to 57,157,000 rand incurred and recover any loss from responsible officials. The reason is that the department investigated an irregular expenditure amounting to 57.157 million and completed the report on the 30th 2021. The first part of the resolution was implemented when the investigation was conducted by the name Abacus company, who has been appointed by Provincial Treasury to conduct a forensic investigation. Our apology for the spelling error on Abacus. The first part of the resolution was implemented in 2021 when an irregular expenditure has been reported in terms of Section 86 of the PFMA to the South African Police Services Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, which is the WAPS. And the case number, it is Mojajis Kloof case number 15/12/2021. The second part of the resolution was to recover any loss from responsible officials wherein the process was delayed due to protracted disciplinary processes, which were later compounded by a forensic investigation involving the same officials. However, the forensic investigation has since been completed or concluded in August 2023, and disciplinary processes are underway as follows. The matter in respect of Mr. Hose and MJ has been completed, and he was issued with a sanction of 3 months suspension without pay and a final written warning. In respect of Mr. Malika MS, the matter is scheduled to proceed on the 13th, had proceeded on the 13th and 14th February 2025. It is then later postponed to the 10th and 11th, which is still in progress. In respect of Mrs. Manyaga TD, the matter proceeded as scheduled on the 4th and the 5th of November 2024. The presentation of the evidence was concluded and parties also presented closing argument. The department is awaiting the findings from the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing. In respect of the second official who is Mr. Ndlosi CV, the matter was held on the 10th and 11th, 2024. The case was not concluded. It is therefore set to proceed on the 27th and 28th February 2025, respectively. The final Abacus investigation report was received by the ALDART on the 28th of August 2023. The department has then developed an implementation plan and submitted the plan to Provincial Treasury on the 26th September 2023. Refer to Annexure D. The resolution number 7, which was unresolved, the committee has recommended that the Provincial Treasury must conduct a forensic investigation on the project and cover the period from start to end. As I have already alluded, the forensic investigation was commissioned by Provincial Treasury through the Abacus company, which was concluded on the 28th of August, and the department is currently implementing the recommendations of Abacus. And in terms of the progress made so far, out of 10 recommendations, the department has since implemented all those 9 recommendations out of 10 activities. The reference is in Annexure E. In 2019-2020 financial year, the department has received 9 resolutions and 9 resolutions, and out of 9, 5 have been resolved. The unresolved resolution is in respect of resolution number 4. The committee further recommends that the executive authority must take appropriation action against the accounting officer for failing to adequately review and monitor compliance with the legislations. Non-compliance with the legislation could have been prevented had compliance been properly reviewed and monitored. As we respond, an executive authority has been issued with a written warning. Executive authority has issued a written warning to the accounting officer, and the department is awaiting the response by Provincial Treasury on the implementation of the resolution to clear the resolution. The reference is in Annexure F. The other unresolved resolution numbers 4. The committee had recommended that the executive authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officer and the CFO for submitting a financial statement not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 40, subsection 1A. And the response is that the executive authority has taken action against the accounting officer. However, the executive authority could not take action against the concerned CFO since she has left the department before the investigation could be finalized. Resolution number 5, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must develop an audit action plan to address the internal weaknesses with a view of obtaining the clean audit. The reason the department developed an audit action plan which incorporated all the AXA findings to strengthen the internal control. During that period, all findings have been resolved. The POE is in Annexure G. On resolution number 7, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the executive authority must table a report on the implementation of special investigation unit recommendations in the House once the investigations into this anomaly have been concluded. Our response is that there is an investigation at the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, which is DARALT, pertaining to the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, a conditional grant, that is CASP. This investigation has been extended to provinces as they are also the recipients of CASP. A written follow-up was made in August 2024 with the National Transferring Officer, Mrs. Eldam Caesar, who confirmed an investigation to be still in progress as per the feedback received on the 24th of August 2024. She also confirmed that the SIU plan investigation process has been planned to be concluded or finalized by the end of March 2025. Reference Annexure A. During 2020-2021 financial year, the department has received 5 resolutions and 2 have been resolved. Resolution number 1, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must develop an audit action plan to address the internal weaknesses with a view of obtaining a clean audit. Our response is that the department had developed an audit action plan which incorporated all the AXA findings to strengthen the internal controls during that period, and all findings have been fully resolved. Reference at Annexure I. Unresolved resolution number 5, the committee has recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officer and the CFO for submitting financial statement not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by the Section 40, subsection 1A and B of the PFMA. The department's response to disciplinary steps were taken against the Director Asset Management, and the EA could not take action against the Chief Financial Officer, and the department is awaiting the response by Provincial Treasury on the implementation of the resolution, that is Annex J. The resolution number 7, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the executive authority must table a report on the findings and recommendations of the SIU report regarding the mismanagement of CASP grant in supply chain management processes. Our response is that there is an investigation at Daralt pertaining the mismanagement of the CASP conditional grant. This investigation has been extended to provinces as they are also the recipients of CASP. We then wrote a follow-up letter to Daralt on the August 2024 through the Office of the National Transferring Officer, who had then confirmed that the investigation is still in progress as per the feedback received on the 27th August
intact like this.
Oh, you know, she's
Hey, yeah, she's the. You move her from here to that place. Yeah, move her like green grass here.
Now we're at the
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, guys. It's only in 23-24.
Oh, come on, fast,
March 2025. So B, it has got two questions. This is B. Maragama Rayona different. Yeah, 2021 that came. Yeah, Arna yo. Yes. So this one to give She left that audit. No, I left that audit for the first time. Get out, from 2021-22.
much, Chairperson. I think the HOD can start. We're still on the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We were on the question B on 2020-2021. We had just concluded on the resolution number 7. I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Chairperson, since while we are reading the two reports simultaneously, we are having question number B on the report of 2023-2024, that is on page 6, which is not incorporated on financial year 2022-2023. If the House agree, I can be able to proceed with it. That is during financial year 2021-2022, on page 6 of the other file of 2023-2024, we had received 7 resolutions, and 1 has been resolved. I will take the honorable members in terms of those resolutions which were not resolved. Resolution number 1, the committee recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 2,235,000. Furthermore, the accounting officer must take the appropriate action against the chief financial officer and the responsible officials for failing to take appropriate steps to prevent cumulative irregular expenditure, my apology, amounting to 197,290,000. Our response is as follows. The accounting officer did not take action against the acting chief financial officer because his recommendation for payment was based on advice from the state attorney to settle the claim, as the department did not have prospect of success on the court case. The accounting officer has since left the department on the 31st December 2023. Reference Annexure L. The 197 million is cumulative from the 2014-2015 financial year, and appropriate action has been taken against the responsible officials who failed to take appropriate steps to prevent cumulative irregular expenditure amounting to 197,290,000. The resolution number 2, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must take appropriate action commensurate with the offense committed against officials responsible for underspending as it relates to agriculture, farmer support and development program, since this matter is recurring from 2020-2021 financial year. Reason: action was taken against the responsible officials as they have been issued with written warnings. The unresolved resolution number 3, the committee recommends that the executive authority must table a report on the implementation of special investigation unit recommendations in the House once the investigation into this anomaly have been concluded. If the Honorable Chairperson agrees, is the same response that we had given earlier on the 2022-2023, that is in relation to CASP conditional grant, wherein the investigation is still underway. Reference is on Annexure M. The unresolved resolution number 4, that is on page 8 on the report of 2023-2024 financial year. The committee recommends that the accounting officer must implement all recommendations made by the internal risk management section of the department. Our response is that
The department investigated an irregular expenditure amounting to 57.157 million and completed the report on 30th June 2021. The first part of the resolution was implemented in 2021 when the investigation was concluded. An irregular expenditure has been reported in terms of Section 86 of the PFMA to SAPS Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, that is the Hawks, with case number Mojajis Kloof, case 15/12/2021. A company named Abacus has been appointed by Provincial Treasury to conduct a forensic investigation. The second part of the resolution to recover any loss from responsible officials was delayed due to protracted disciplinary processes which were later compounded by a forensic investigation involving the same officials. However, the forensic investigation has since been completed in August 2023 and disciplinary processes are underway. The resolution number 5, unresolved, the committee recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officer and general manager responsible for human resource and development for failing to comply with labor processes for appointing security personnel without following the proper supply chain management processes. Our response is that the disciplinary processes concerning the relevant officials was finalized and she was issued with a written warning on the 2nd June 2023. Steps have been taken and the department is awaiting the response by Provincial Treasury on the implementation of the resolution to resolve. This resulted due to the bidder who did not disclose his or her relationship with the departmental employee as co-directors of Homeowners Association and PAC, a non-profit company. The executive authority could not take any appropriate action against the accounting officer as the relationship of the official was outside work to be subjected to disciplinary hearing. Reference Annex N. Resolution number 7, which is unresolved, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit on both management and officials within supply chain management. Our response, the department is guided by a decision taken at the HOD's forum held on the 21st February 2024, wherein it was then, there was a consensus that the lifestyle audit function will be centralized at the Office of the Premier, see Annexure O. We're still awaiting for their guidance. Question number C. Why is the Department of Agriculture stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? The 2022-2023 financial year reflects that the department has been receiving unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis for the past 6 years. The issues which contributed to this audit opinion are material misstatements as outlined below. In 2017-18, the asset register balance was not consistent with the disclosed amount on the AFS. Financial statements contained material misstatements due to the lack of understanding of the requirement of the framework. In 2018-19, it was due to the adjustment that was made to include the identified irregular expenditure amounting to 57.1 million. This resulted due to inadequate review of the financial statement. In 2019-2020 financial year, it was due to a misclassification of the transfers and subsidies amount in the AFS note, which was disclosed as goods and services instead of capital asset. The misclassification occurred at the time the department had to make an adjustment to correct prior period error. This resulted in an erroneous misstatement in the AFS due to inadequate review of the financial statement. In 2020-2021, an amount for asset management was disclosed as value adjustment instead of a prior period figure, as the projects were completed in 2019-2020. The financial statements contained material misstatements due to lack of understanding of the requirement of the framework. In 2021-2022, an amount of 21 million was erroneously disclosed under the related party note, instead of under a principal agent note. Financial statements contained material misstatements due to lack of understanding of the requirement of the framework. In 2022-2023, the department included in the capital commitment schedule the contract amount that does not agree to the amount as per the contract, which resulted in an overstatement of commitments. Furthermore, the department disclosed retention as a portion of the total contract amount or a percentage of the total contract amount, even for the contracts that were still ongoing and not fully paid by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. The department has put an intervention measures in place and have realized improvement through the years, hence there were no repeat misstatements on similar account. I would also like to draw the attention of the Honorable Chairperson that in 2023-2024 financial year, on the very same question number C, there is a resolution for 2023-2024 financial year that is in page 10, which is additional, that is not incorporated in 2022-2023 financial year, which relates to the report on the audit of the annual performance report, which reads as follows. The outcomes on predetermined objectives for scoped in programs regressed in the current year with material misstatements on reliability of performance information. The report on compliance with legislation. The performance of the programs funded by the Legitimate and Comprehensive Agricultural Support, CASP, was not evaluated as required by Section 12, subsection 5 of the DORA Act. Some of the quotations were awarded to bidders based on preference points that were not allocated in accordance with the requirements of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act of 2000 and Preferential Procurement Regulations 2022. The department did not determine if any state institution involved in education and training required computer equipment before disposal of such equipment as required by Treasury Regulation 16A, subsection 7.7. The department has since put in intervention measures in place and have realized an improvement throughout the years. Hence, there were no repeat misstatements on similar account. In 2023-2024 file, on page 11, question number D, it is not incorporated in 2022-2023 financial year. It reads as follows. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent stagnant in the audit outcome? The annual performance report, that is in relation to the annual performance report. The following measures were put in place. The roadshows are conducted as a mechanism to capacitate all responsible officials on the system of collecting and collecting data for reporting. The department is currently using Survey 123 as a reporting system. This system is assisting in providing a high level of ensuring validity, accuracy, reliability, and authenticity of reported information. The roadshows are targeted at data capturers, quality assurers, directors and chief directors, and extra P as a reference. The data capturers are trained on how to ensure that correct information is captured into the system. The responsibilities of directors are clearly outlined and they get reminded from time to time on their role to ensure proper quality assurance. The chief directors were also trained in making sure that the reports are fully quality assured before they are submitted to PME division for validation. It is during the roadshows that all issues and gaps identified by AXA are dealt with and corrective measures are put in place to avoid further recurrence. The department developed a PME framework which is approved by the EA. The framework guides the management of performance information as it relates to strategic planning and reporting documents in the department. The framework details the business processes and outlines the responsibilities of all parties in the performance reporting value chain, that is Annexure Q. On annual financial statements, these are the measures that we've put in place. In order for the department to address the misstatements in the AFS, a checklist has been developed in 2022-2023 to test all disclosure notes as per the application of the standards referred to Annexure R. Retentions are now reported according to the amounts retained. The department used the preferential procurement regulations of 2022 and comply and adhere to the pieces of the legislation, see Annexure S. The departmental mandatory submission calendar was developed and is monitored on monthly basis, referred to Annexure T. Quality assurance of the AFS by both the supervisor and the review committee, and no disclosure will be accepted if not signed off by the relevant director, reference to Annexure U. During the previous financial years, there was instability where the department has several acting chief financial officers. However, the vacancy has now been filled in January, 2022. The training of all SCM and internal control and compliance officials on continuous awareness on new updates referred to Annexure V. The department developed an internal control framework, incorporated this framework into the departmental audit action plan, referred to Annexure W. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the presentation. And we are going to open questions for clarity if there are any on the presentation or on the responses by the department. So I'm going to note hands if there are hands, but maybe to break the ice, I'm going to start with the first question on B, 1B, 1617, resolution number 5, and want to applaud the department for being able to recover an amount of over 1 billion from the EMDs that were paid to or wrongly to the employees. We really want to applaud you for being able to recover that amount. We believe that it will be used for the purpose that will be able to serve the public in terms of service delivery. And we also note that there was about 397,000 which was written off, and of that amount of 1.4, there's only 7,839. But as I checked the annexure that you referred us to, annexure A, is where you are having difficulties in terms of placing the employees, or they are not cooperating in terms of recovering this amount. And I'm also learning that those employees are still within the department. So I wanted to check how difficult it is to communicate with them and to take action so that we are able to cover this 7,839. And I think it's possible because you were able to recover more than $1 million. So 7,000, I don't understand the difficulties that you are having, and we hope that indeed you are able to recover that particular money. And then on the same page, resolution 12, you are referring to the forensic investigation report, which is not yet concluded. I'm not sure which investigation report is this, because you have not referred to, is it the abacus or the investigation by the National Treasury or what? You have not been specific on this one. I also want to check the 2018-2019, 2021-2022. In 2018-2019 is resolution 1, and 2021-2022 is resolution 4. They are all speaking about the report, the abacus report. So my question is that, yes, we are seeing that there is progress in terms of the implementation of the recommendations of that particular report. Action is being taken to the implicated officials. But our concern is that why is it taking so long? Others have been, their hearings were conducted, they were charged, like Hose was given 3 months suspension without pay, but there are others who are still continuing. And we understand the dynamics of hearings may not necessarily be the same, depending on the presentation that they are making. But don't you think that they are taking a long time, which will impact on the recovery of the very same amount, or the decision by the department to recover the amount? Because what is of our interest is that, yes, consequence management should be taken, but the 57 million, we want it back into the coffers of the department, which takes me to the confusion that I'm having, or maybe you'll be able to clarify me. Initially, you are talking about 2.2 million of irregular expenditure. Of course, it's recorded in the regular expenditure, but it's also being carried over from 1 year to another. And then there is a cumulative of 197 million as well. And then as we go, as I was analyzing the whole scenario around it started being 57 million. But we also have the 2 million, 2.2 million, and then accumulative of 197. Then the service provider matrix was paid 73 million, and then later claiming 3 million and 3.7. So there is a lot of misunderstanding. I mean, maybe my mathematics is failing me, but at least clarify me on the processes. There's an initial amount of 57 million, and then later we're talking about 2 million, we're talking about the accumulative, we're talking about the amount of the amount claimed by matrix, and so on and so on. But what I also want to check as an issue is that Annexure D has a recommendation, besides the recommendation of taking action against the implicated officials. It's also giving the department a task to establish if if you will be able, remember that land, that the reason why we have all those things is because this plant was on a land that was private, and it was approved when it was leased in the first place, and this project was approved when it was left with only 6 months to expire, the lease agreement to expire, effectively meaning that the lease has expired and you are on a private land. So the recommendation is saying, how are you going to make further investigation on that particular land? If you are still going to continue on the project, is not useful, but what are you going to do in terms of the land? Are you going to continue or to lease or to do what? I hope that you are familiar with this recommendation and will be able to assist us. So others, let me leave them to our colleagues here. I've seen a hand of Honorable Macheta and Honorable in that order.
No, thank you very much, Macheta, PC, member of the committee. On page 2, just clarity on the difference of the PMDS, whether it's similar to PMS or is different from the PMS, and if it comes to the same, why there was this overpayment on its development as a system, but also how it's implemented in the department, whether it is the one that is based on performance, payment is based on performance, the scale in terms of how you reward and all of that. You will be able to give clarity in that regard. And secondly, can you also assist to differentiate between a comprehensive plan and an audit action plan? Because there's reference of that we have developed a comprehensive plan. Unfortunately, there's no annex here that speaks to that. But just to get a sense whether an audit action plan become a subordinate of a comprehensive plan, or what is it that you are referring to. I may have an understanding that they may not be of the same, but just to provide that understanding of a comprehensive plan in terms of implementation, because it is not cited here as per the annexure. The last would be on page 4 on your consequence management with regard to the accounting officer. Of course, we appreciate that an action has been taken, but it is not clear which form of action that has been taken with regard to that punishment. Not necessarily a punishment, but a remedy to correct certain things that might not have gone well in the performance of her or her duty, her or his duty. So I just want to check as to which form of action you have taken in that regard. We will follow on other questions, but I think for now we'll limit ourselves to 3. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. Honorable Bulani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Nempundun TC. Some of the other parts of my questions have been covered, but in page 3, as even the Chairperson has indicated that justice delayed is justice denied. Just on the consequence management, There are a number of people, some of them, the chairperson has named them. And I just want to know the status currently. We have the consequence management on Mr. Maleka MS that you ought to finalize this on the 13th and 14th February 2025. I want to know the current status on that consequence management. And the other one is in page 8. Also, still also under the consequence management, that the department investigated an irregular expenditure amounting to 57,157,000, and that investigation has been completed. Just in page 8. Page 8 of the 2023-2024. Then on the second paragraph, you indicated that the second part of the resolution to recover any loss from responsible officials was delayed due to protracted disciplinary process, which were later compounded by a forensic investigation involving the very same officials. However, the forensic investigation has since been completed in August 2023 and disciplinary process are underway. I want to know the last part of that statement. From August 2023 until now, or until at the end of that financial year, that the process are still underway. I want to know the current status of that issues. Number 3 is concerning lifestyle audit. You did mention that we have other departments here, and I think here is it's my first time to learn that the HOD forum now, I mean, will refer all those lifestyle audit on the HOD forum. But there are some of the department like social development and others who have conducted lifestyle audit. And some of the lifestyle audit are referred to the special investigating unit. So the HOD forum, I don't understand whether it's deciding to refer that lifestyle audit to special investigation unit, or I don't understand how, because some of the department have already conducted that lifestyle audit. And yeah, I think it's just being delayed. Some of the people will leave the system, and if they leave the system, if they have done some of the corrupt activities, is where we are responsible to guard the public purse. And the other question is just to comment the department acting or HOD in page 11 on the measures to prevent the stagnant in the audit outcome. I think your roadshows are useful. And while they are useful, and even the survey 123 is as a reporting system is assisting in providing a high level of ensuring validity, accuracy, reliability, and authenticity of reported information. Because during the previous years, the misunderstanding in reporting and so on, but I commend the department for ensuring that the survey 123 and also the road shows. It's helping the department. Keep it up. Yeah, I think for now, those are some of my questions. Oh, sorry, Chairperson. The other one is on the acting. And here when you introduce us, say acting HOD, MEC Mega, I think it's now for 12 months, if I'm not mistaken, for the acting HOD, and even today we are sitting with the acting OD. I want to know the provision in terms of filling this important post and the other posts which are there, although some of them, when you request from the treasury, there were some of the responses and also the advice from the treasury and so on, all of that. But for now, on that important post, because it has been vacated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see, sorry. Just an extra N is a letter written to the HOD of Treasury by the acting HOD of Agriculture. To support supporting document for the Scopa resolutions 2019, 20, 2021, 2021, 2022. I'm not sure what is this letter for, and what confuses me, because as I was going through it, I was thinking that maybe you wanted the intervention of the HOD of Treasury in terms of dealing with these resolutions. But my surprise was that it was only written on the 14th of January 2025. That is when I became very confused, because I was thinking that it was written to deal with these issues. Remember, we are following on the resolutions up to 2021, 2022, as is indicated in the letter as the last one. But my surprise is, if there was really an intervention sought, why is it only written 2025? Was it written 2020 this year because of the Scopa questions? That's the first thing that I wanted to understand. But the other thing, which is not necessarily a follow-up, but in addition to the initial questions that I asked on the 57 million, which you are saying the second part of the resolution is to recover any loss from the responsible officials, which is another attempt to cover the loss that the department has incurred through this irregular services that were provided. But to my surprise is that you have dealt with one official, completed everything, but there's no way where you are mentioning that he should recover anything. The matter in respect of Mr. House, MJ, has been completed, and he was issued with a sanction of 3 months suspension without pay and a final return payment. It stops there. Is there any attempt of recovering? So it means the first statement that you are talking about, that the second part of the resolution is to recover the loss. How are you going to recover? How are you going to make sure that this loss is being recovered? Because the first official, no no recovery. It's only a 3-month suspension and a return only. How are we going to recover the 57 million from which officials in particular? Because the first one has been left without requesting him to recover it, to bring anything. So I think that was what I wanted to add on that question that I asked initially. Thank you very much. Is there any other question from the committee? If none, thank you. MEC?
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Nakedi Kekana, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development. I think I will just respond on one question on the issue of the filling in of the vacant critical positions, more especially the SMS positions, to say we are on progress. As of now, the advert is on. The previous one failed due to the non-compliance on certain issues and criterion as put forth by the advert. Then this one is the second attempt, and I think the closing date will be realized very soon, maybe on the 7th. And on the issue, of course, of other senior management positions, which we deem them important, is the issue of regulatory and strategy. Already, the recruitment processes has been completed, and we are expecting to receive the incumbent on the 1st of March. And for the other one of regulatory and strategy, the advert is on. I think it will be closing also very soon. So we're doing well in terms of that. Thank you so much. And I'm going to accord the HOD an opportunity to respond to other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, MEC. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the Acting Head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We appreciate the questions posed to us, and we also appreciate for the commendable motivational statement made by the Honorable. In question 1B, on the issue of the recovery of the PMDS, wherein we're saying we still have to recover 7,839 from those employees who were overpaid during that period of 2016-2017 financial year. Would like to indicate that and clarify that all the employees had acknowledged their debt. The 7,000, it is then now a variance that is left. They are paying on month-to-month basis. So there is no employee who had not acknowledged the debt. So all of them who are still in the system, they ought to pay. It is true that in 2018-2019, there are some delays on the consequence management as a result of the recommendations made by the investigation, Abacus forensic investigation. And this process, due to its nature of its complexity, it is being managed or being spearheaded or being implemented by quite a number of stakeholders. You'd have your National Treasury, who are our witnesses, the Abacus companies as well, they are our witnesses. That is why we were unable to finalize it within the prescribed period of 90 days because we depend on their availability of those stakeholders. However, we are about to conclude the consequence management process with the hope that we will finalize the entire process in the current financial year. Honorable Chairperson, if you agree and it's permissible on the issue of the breakdown of the 2.2 million, 197 million, which it brings like a sort of confusion. There is a clear breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 197 million incurred by the department in question number 2. If you allow, we can then reserve it to be outlined and clarified in question number 2.
Okay, thank you. I'm aware that indeed they are overlooking into the fruitless expenditure, so we'll deal with it.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba, the Acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. On the issue of land for NOJAS, it is true that during the period under review by then, the lease agreement of those beneficiaries were left with 6 months, and the project has been implemented on the private land. But however, in terms of the status quo, is that the department has then identified a strategic partner who is willing to procure the land, and the administrative processes are underway. This strategic investor is going to make a partnership with the beneficiaries of NOJAS, wherein they are envisaging to resuscitate the plant to its operation so that it can be beneficial for the community of beneficiaries of NOJAS. The difference between Honorable Machete or difference on PMS and PMDS, it's the same performance management development system. This transaction incurred as a result of the miscalculations of 2% during that particular period, wherein the calculations was rest on the total overall budget of the department instead of the COE expenditure. That is why employees were overpaid when we were paying the pay progression during that particular year. But anyway, there's a significant progress so far because we were able to recover the huge amount of money to date. The other question was around on whether the comprehensive plan or the audit action plan differs. In terms of the audit action plan, this derives its mandate or operation from the AXA audit report findings. Year in, year out, when there is an AXA audit inspection, the Auditor General will depict some findings and make some conclusions or recommendations. And as a service delivery improvement plan, the department would have to develop the audit action plan so that it can be able to address those disparities or the findings that have been discovered or observed by the auditors. The comprehensive plan, this will relate or encapsulate the audit action plan and other areas wherein we would require to improve in terms of our internal control systems. As and when we are executing our responsibilities, even if those issues were not detected or depicted by the AG, as and when we are implementing or executing our responsibilities, where we see some disparities or some gaps, we are duty bound to develop the comprehensive plan that would address those disparities. why the consequence management for other employees are not being concluded, and what is the status quo of the case of Malika MS. The case has, the hearing proceeded on the 13th and the 14th of February. Unfortunately, we could not conclude the hearing proceedings. It is therefore postponed to March for further cross-examination processes. There is a letter on Annexure N, which was directed to Provincial Treasury by the acting HOD in relation to the resolutions. It is true the letter was written, and we did not write the letter because we were about to appear at Scopa. The reason why we had to, it's a process, that is an administrative procedure. Immediately when we, after the conclusion of implementing the recommendations by the Scopa committee, we refer the whole process because we would have implemented the recommendations for assessment so that those resolutions can be resolved by the Provincial Treasury. The 57 million investigation report wherein the consequence management have been implemented to Mr. House, and we are not doing anything in respect of the recovery. There are two processes that has to be implemented. Consequence management is a separate process which has been concluded, and the recovery processes has to be dealt with in terms of the loss control pieces of legislations. And the committee has not yet been set to make a determination, and that process is still underway. Maybe the department has since then realized that it would be ideal for us to finalize the consequence management process for all the employees before this could be referred to the loss control committee. On the lifestyle audit, I'm going to request our CRO to assist in responding to this question through you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, we have noted that some department has commenced with the lifestyle audit. However, what we'll do as a part of the recommendation, we'll then do the benchmarking just to come up with a good practice in terms of conducting those lifestyle audits. And also the other issue is that it's not that we're just sitting, we're just also doing the lifestyle reviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the other question which is not answered is the one for the executive authority, which is to say which form of action was taken, because it was just indicated actions were taken.
No, I don't believe you are allowed. If you want to, I don't know, you have to have a common response. Because if you bring different responses, I'll say, why are you saying you are from the same office? So if you need a caucus of two people, there's no problem.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba, the Acting Head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Maybe I think we might have not captured the question. If the Honorable Member could, it's permissible so that we can be able to respond appropriately on which one. Because there is a provision wherein the executive authority could not take action against the accounting officer, that is on question number B. And there is wherein the executive authority took an action against the accounting officer, and the action in this instance, there was a final written warning. So I'm not sure which one it is.
I'm not sure, is there any question that is not covered?
No, I think all of them are covered.
Because now what I've noted is that in about two instances where there's an indication that there's been an action, but there's no proof. For example, 2019 Division 4, 2020, 2021 Division 5, there's no proof of any action. And we will appreciate it if there was an action, it should be included. I'm not sure if this is that. But the other thing, as a follow-up, like you said, we are still going to establish a loss control committee, and maybe it is better to deal with all the cases before you establish the committee. You know, in most cases, when we're dealing with, especially the irregular expenditure and the cases where the department needs to cover certain amounts, there are always about three reasons. The employee resigned, the employee went to retirement, the employee died, the matter has prescribed. And all those things happen before because we take a long time to deal with an issue. So by the time we finish with all the cases, this matter will have been prescribed. And we'll come to say, no, based on the rule, there's nothing that we can do. But another scenario is that if you take time, for example, besides being prescribed, what if these other employees, for example, hosts can go on retirement, can resign? What are you going to do? Or the worst case, one employee maybe you find him or her guilty and the sanction warrant dismissal. You will dismiss, and then after 2 years, when you have established the loss control committee, you call him or her to say, hey, you were supposed to pay the loss. I'm just giving some very practical example. That we understand that there are processes they can be managed the way you are indicating, but the danger is by the time you finish with the cases, the matter is prescribed. Some are out on retirement or any other natural attrition, so it's going to give us a serious problems. So I just wanted to highlight on that so that you note it as and when you go back to the office, you will see that the longer time you take to resolve this or to recover this money is going to be problematic. So I think if there are no other questions, we can simply say we have dealt with question 1. Okay, there's another follow-up question.
No, thanks, Macheto Pesi, member of the committee. It's not necessarily on the question that was raised by the MEC, well captured in terms of what I wanted a response on. But of course, what you said, we can also live with it, it's fine. But I just want to follow up on the issue of employment creation generally in the department. Without necessarily, I understand the part of your senior management that you are dealing with. But as a department, generally, what is your attitude towards creation of opportunities currently and going forward as we speak? Just that expression. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, maybe to assist you, MC, or to add on what Honorable Machete is saying, which will assist you to comprehensively maybe deal with this question, even though it's not directly relevant to any resolution. We understand that agriculture has a great role to play in the economy. And we may not only talk about the employment within the department, because the employment within the department in itself does not contribute to the economic growth. But what can contribute is the support that you are giving to the stakeholders, like your farmers, like the other project that can assist the community. So when I'm saying I'm adding to it is that what action or what programs, what strategies do you have to ensure that you strengthen through your interventions and all the strategies, you strengthen your farmers, you strengthen other sectors within your economy to ensure that the employment is created and that you are able to attract the relevant skills. Like we can say, how do we work with education to ensure that you become biased to the sector of agriculture, so that you come up with skills that will address certain challenges. Remember, with agriculture, we've got challenges now that we are no longer farming as usual. The global warming is affecting us, is a reality. So we want to come with skills that will be able to make research and come up with new innovative tools to still produce food under the circumstances, to recommend how farmers can produce, because some of them they are just farming because they found themselves with land and tractors, but they may not be able to get out of the situation. The department must provide that particular knowledge through research and other avenues to say, under the circumstances, for us to stay afloat, here are the skills they are advising otherwise, and we make sure that there is sustainability in terms of food production and food security. Maybe just wanted to brief it, to beef up the question, so that you are able to deal with this comprehensively as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele. My name once more is Nagedi Kekana, the MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I think you are just spot on the issue of job creation and the spin-offs that emanate from the department itself, because it's one of the pillars with its nature on the abundance of the raw materials, and also to address on the issue of the priorities, of course, as set forth by the Government of National Unity, one of them being the issue of the inclusive economic growth, and also the issue of job creation, addressing the issue of unemployment, and also on the issue of tackling the issue of the cost of living. So I think on this part we are doing quite better in terms of the programs that we are having on the issue of CASP and Lujema, the RAVEC projects that or programs that we are utilizing from the department. Last time I was arguing, of course, with the Statistics South Africa to check with them what is it that the tool that they use to measure the issue of the GDP our contribution as agriculture to the GDP to say in agriculture is 2%, while mining is 23%. So I was telling the officials here to say we need to look on the issue of reporting, because it seems like there is under-reporting in terms of the percentage as given here. We need to make sure that we are authentic, and what we see on the ground is not what is reported in terms of statistics in South Africa. Because if you go to all the agroecological sectors, you go to the subtropical fruits areas, your Vemben, Mopani, your grain area, your red and white meat in Waterberg, and also the potato belt in Capricorn. We're doing a lot. It's just that through the usage, of course, of our extension officers, the very same survey 1, 2, 3, the completeness that the AG always wants to say that we need the final completeness, and also to make sure that we record the impact that we are doing on the ground. They should be able to provide us with the report, starting from all the categories of farmers across their commodities and their value chain, the number, the portfolio of evidence, means of verification in terms of the number of farmers that we have supported, how many employees did they, how many laborers did they employ, the issue of data disaggregation, the vulnerable groups, or whether the farmer A is employing the foreign nationals, which will not at the ultimate end form part of our data. So I think on that part, we have given the department, more especially monitoring and evaluation, to be precise on this matter, because I was worried too on the issue of the agro-processing at a smaller scale. We are doing a lot. We are doing a lot, and there is a proof in terms of the farmers that we are supporting. There is what yogurt potata there is a lot. We just need to prove and submit that authentic submission to your good self. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MC. So it means we are done with question 1. Usually with question 1, we want to chart the way forward even before we go to the item on the program, because it is unique. That is where we want to make sure that we deal with the resolution and we follow them up. So our expectation is that we'll want the department to continue on the implementation of the resolutions. And as a committee, during our first our quarterly meetings, would want to deal with the progress of the resolutions, so that we don't come next year or in November when we are going to have the hearing for the 2024-2025. We still have a lot of a resolution that we have dealt with. We know that there are those which might not be resolved because of they are in court, because of the outstanding investigations is unavoidable. But those which we can process, let's process them. And we'll appreciate that we quarterly will inform you. Obviously this quarter will not help, and we also want to give you a chance to deal with their financial submissions for auditing. Remember, by the end of May you should have submitted everything. So, but I think June we'll have a quarterly meeting where we want the progress from now up to that particular time. How far are you with each and every resolution that has been mentioned? We believe that some would be resolved. For example, the first one, which was with the outstanding 7,000, I think by June it will be dealt. It should not be there. It should just be reported resolved, so that we know going to the next hearing how many are we left with. If there are issues, we can also even get an intervention from those sections where maybe they are holding us or they are not making progress, just to make follow-ups. How far are you in this case? Because it needs to be completed. So that is what I wanted to wrap up question 1 with. Is you've been noting out of this hearing we will start to implement or to progress, because some of them they are in progress, so we just continue. By the time we have our quarterly meeting, second quarter, then we get progress. We believe that in the next hearing we only be having 1 or 2 resolutions that are outstanding, and by that time we would even have intervened through the Premier's office to conclude a resolution. So that is on question 1, we're done. And it is 18 minutes past 1 now. I think we should just break for lunch, and then we'll come and continue with question 2. Usually our breaks are, our lunch time is 20 minutes. We can come at 10 to 2. Let's adjourn the session.
tlohela re ke etsa mošomo ke etse fama mefama tlohela re a bolela.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My chairperson member of the 2.229 million, 2.3 provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure against the Chief Financial Officer and other 2023-2024. Department of Agriculture recorded an irregular expenditure closing in paragraph 35 of the AG's requirement regulations 2022. This non-concurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. Accounting officer incur the irregular expenditure of 724,000 and the responsible officials. G, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mukwege. My name is Nakedi Kekana, MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions as alluded to by Honorable Machete.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Machete, MEC. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. On question 2A, our response is that the department has incurred irregular expenditure for the period of 2022-2023 financial year amounting to 2.297 million. However, the accounting officer did not allow the irregular expenditure to incur because she has ensured that the procurement related committees is being comprised by the cross-functionality from various section or directorate. When the irregular expenditure was investigated, the officials who were expected to make the contributions during such committees did not. Hence the omission of necessary requirements stipulated below. At Mopani district, as per the bid number, the supply and installation of 13 ablution facilities for Mahale cluster farmers for an amount of 300,300, whereby the invitation to bid did not specify the minimum threshold for local production and content, and the invitation to bid did not specify the minimum requirement for CIDP grading. These items identified for local production and content were steel door frames. The second bid document, as per that number, which was for supply and delivery of offloading of pump unit and accessories for an amount of 165,485 rand, whereby the invitation to bid did not specify the minimum threshold for local production and content. At Vempe district, the construction of bid layers house, which an amount of 883,344 rand, whereby the invitation did not specify the minimum threshold for local production and content, did not specify the main equipment for CIDB grading. And the contract was awarded to the contractor with the Lower Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB grading. At Aldard V. Madzi 4/2021-2021, was in relation to the construction of concrete reservoir, an amount of 499,133.85 rand, whereby the invitation to bid did not specify the minimum threshold for the local production and content. Eldar V Mara 3/21 2022, it was in respect of the repair monopump borehole with diesel engine, an amount of 449,000, whereby the invitation to bid did not specify the minimum threshold for local production and content. The items identified for local production and content were steel pipes, valves, centrifugal pump, monopumps, submersible pumps, and galvanized pipes. The B, this is the breakdown of the irregular expenditure, wherein we had a closing balance of 197 million. This was as a result of the cumulative balance from 2014-2015 to 2022-2023 financial year. The table below, Honorable Chairperson, it depicts the breakdown of 197 million. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if I have to go through each and every column. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mashamba Mpo Abigail. I am the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. As per the table below, the reasons for irregular expenditure, it is as follows. During 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 financial year, the irregular expenditure was as a result of the rendering of security services, which an amount of 22,345,000. The progress made so far, the transaction was condoned by the Provincial Treasury on the 10th of April 2024. See the annexure L for reference. We also incurred an irregular expenditure of 1,451,516 rand and 40 cents, which was on the appointment of consultants for construction of Zanani agricultural offices. This transaction has been condoned, and the reference on the 10th of April 2024, the reference is on annexure L. The department in 2016 and 2017 financial year had incurred an irregular expenditure of 586,768 rand due to the overpayment of a PMDS bonus due to the wrong calculation of the formula. The irregular expenditure of 1.4 million was incurred due to the overpayment. An amount of 1 million has been recovered to date, and an amount of 397,437.97 cents was written off on the 15th of July 2024, and the department is still yet to recover the amount of 7,839.07 cents. See annexure L. In 2018-2019, an amount of 198,099 rand for booking for accommodation was incurred, and the status quo is that the transaction has been removed from the register on the 21st of November 2023. The irregular expenditure was based on Section 58 of the framework after the confirming that the matter is free of fraudulent, corrupt, or criminal conduct. The disciplinary action was taken against the responsible employee, and the department did not suffer any loss. See annexure L. Hence, there was no recovery. In 2018-2019, an amount of 294,000 rand was incurred due to the procurement of diesel at Vembe district, and the transaction has been removed from the register on the 21st November 2023. The department removed the irregular expenditure based on the Section 58 of the framework after confirming that the matter is free from fraudulent, corrupt, or criminal conduct. The disciplinary action was taken against the responsible employee, and the department did not suffer any loss. For POE, see annexure L. In 2019-2020 financial year, the department has incurred 119,571.53 due to the procurement of irrigation infrastructure at Capricorn District. The transaction has been removed from the register on the 21st November 2023. The same framework of Section 58 was adhered to, and the reference to that is on Annexure L. In 2018-2019 financial year, the department has incurred an irregular expenditure of 62,727,166 rand due to the SCM process that followed when appointing service providers for procurement of fencing. The transaction was condoned on the 25 May 2022 in line with the paragraph 5.6 of PFMA, see the Annexure L. In 2014-2015, an amount of 31,466,999.03 due to the was incurred due to the appointment of service provider for fetch atal. The transaction as a progress to date was condoned by the Provincial Treasury on the 17th October 2023 after it was found to be compliant with paragraph 5.6 of PFMA, see Annexure L, Annexure L as attached. In 2018-2019, the department has incurred an irregular expenditure of 75,526,373,000 due to non-adherence to CIDB requirements when procuring the manufacturing and installation of tomato paste equipment for Nojax project. The case has been referred to Provincial Treasury to conduct a forensic investigation, that is abacus, and the investigation has since been concluded, and the disciplinary processes are underway. In 2022-2023 financial year, the department has incurred an amount of 2.297977 million due to the department not stipulating the minimum threshold for local production and content on the bid invitations. An application for condonement has been submitted to Provincial Treasury. The matter is currently under consultation with Provincial Treasury Legal Unit. For portfolio of evidence, see Annexure L. That is the breakdown of 197 billion. C. Who are the responsible officials? At Mopani, we have got 2 employees who are implicated, Mr. Mushatama M and Ms. Mboveni MG. At Vembe, the employees who were implicated is Mr. Masume, NW, Mr. Msuviji, Ms. Makondo T, and Ms. Valoi T. N. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? The executive authority has written a letter of intention to discipline the accounting officer on the 31st of October 2023, reference Annexure M. The head of the department has since responded on the 4th of December 2023, see Annexure M. Therefore, the executive authority did not take action against the accounting officer. What action did the accounting officer take against the CFO and other responsible official? An accounting officer has written a letter of intention to discipline CFO on the 5th of December 2023, referred to Annexure N. CFO has since responded on 7 December 2023, referred to Annexure N. The accounting officer has accepted the presentation by the CFO, since the CFO has already identified relevant officials, and disciplinary hearing have been concluded as per the detail below. See Annexure N. At Mopani District, the 2 employees who are implicated, a letter was prepared to be issued to Mr. Mushatama, but the employee's contract with the department had expired in January 2023. And for Mrs. Ngoveni, a written warning was issued, see Annex O. At Vembe District, the employee implicated as per the investigation report, which are 3, they were subjected for disciplinary processes. Their matters for disciplinary hearing were finalized and they were each being issued with a written warning, C and P. F. The measures that the accounting officer has put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly are as follows. Upon the investigation of the 2.297 million irregular expenditure, the HOD has found that the SCM practitioners had limited knowledge on the local content, and a workshop on CIDB requirements was conducted by the Department of Trade and Industry in 2022. Make reference to Annexure Q. Question 2, 2023-2024 financial year. Question 2, which speaks to the irregular expenditure A. Why did the accounting officer incur the irregular expenditure of 724,000? Our response is an irregular expenditure was incurred as a result of findings identified by AGSA that some invitations for quotations made after the 16th January 2023 were not evaluated in terms of preferential procurement regulations 2022 as required. What happened, the department had allocated the BBE level contributor instead of specific goals for the 20 points on 80-20 preference point system for acquisition of goods and services with the rand value equal to or below 50 million. Consequently, the non-compliance resulted in an irregular expenditure. B. Why did the accounting officer fail to put effective and appropriate systems to prevent the recurrence of the irregular expenditure? The accounting officer has since ensured that all SCM officials attend to the training arranged by the National Treasury on the revised Preferential Procurement Regulations 22, which was scheduled for November 2022. However, during the evaluation of the SCM officials allocated points based on a broad-based black economic empowerment level contributor, instead of specific goals for the 80-20 preference point system for acquisitions of goods and services with a rand value equal to or below 50 million. This happened as a result of a contract being concluded before the implementation of the new framework. See the breakdown of the irregular expenditure is as follows. The overpayment incurred for due to PMDS bonus due to wrong calculations, which amount into 486,768. The department has since recovered 1 million. And 397 has been written off. The recovery process is still underway for 7,839 for reference purposes, Annexure X. In 2014-2015, 1,451,516.40. It was due to the appointment of consultants for construction of Zanane agricultural offices. The transaction was condoned on the 10th of April 2024, and the department has complied with PFMA paragraph 5.6 POE Annexure X. 2018-19, The department has incurred an amount of 62,727,166 due to SCM processes which was not followed when appointing the service provider for the procurement of fencing. The transaction has since condoned by the LPT, and we had complied with the PFMA 5.6C Annexure X. The department has incurred an irregular expenditure of 75,526,373 during the 2018-2019 financial year due to non-adherence to the construction of the Industry Development Board CIDB requirements when procuring the manufacturing and installation of tomato paste at the Nojax project. The case has been referred to Treasury for forensic investigation, which has already been concluded, and now we are in the process of implementing the recommendations of the Abacus report as attached. In 2022-2023, the department did not stipulate the minimum threshold for local production and content on the bid invitations, which amount to 2,297,977. An application for condonation has been submitted to Provincial Treasury. The matter is currently under consultation with the Provincial Treasury Legal Unit. See Annexure X. In 2023-2024 financial year, the department has incurred 723,640 due to the award made after January 2023, evaluated using PPR 2017 certificates instead of PPR 2022 specific goals. The determination test has been conducted. The irregular expenditure is still under investigation. The total amount of the irregular expenditure is 143,213,000. Who are the responsible officials? At Mopani District is the Director, Mr. M.I. Mabilu, and the Deputy Director, Ms. M.G. Ngobeni. The actions that the Executive Authority has taken against the Accounting Officer, the EA did not take any action due to the following reasons. A determination test to examine and analyze particulars of confined amounts to establish facts related to the expenditure was conducted by internal control, and compliance in terms of section 4.13 of the Compliance and Reporting Framework of 2022 was adhered to. Currently, a case of an irregular expenditure amounting to 724,000 is under investigation by internal control and compliance, and envisaging to be concluded in the fourth quarter of the current financial year. My sincere apology. In this case, the irregular expenditure is still under the investigation. Hence, there was no action taken by the executing authority against the accounting officer. The action what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer? The Honorable Chairperson agrees the response is still the same. The investigation for this irregular expenditure is still under investigation, and we are envisaging to conclude the investigation by internal control in the quarter under review. On G, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The plan of the department to prevent the recurrence of this irregular expenditure is as follows. As a department, we are strengthening compliance through by intensifying the quality checks and assurance on compliance of SCM processes through the internal control and compliance unit, checking all bids for compliance. That's a probate audit. This quality assurance takes place before the bid is approved. The departmental SCM forum has been established, and the sessions are being held quarterly. The SCM practitioners and key end users involved in infrastructure planning and implementation meet to monitor progress and compliance on all aspects of planning and procurement. C, Annexure 1. The Chief Financial Officer will ensure the effective implementation of the Provincial Internal Control Framework, which is effective in use from April 2022. This measure will assist the department to improve and strengthen the internal control systems. See Annexure Z for reference. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. And we go to questions. Other questions on the presentation? Other questions? Honorable Mayor?
I just want to have, thanks Chairperson, now I will just have one question based on the investigation. I just want to know the time frame for all these investigations, because previously I just read that somebody has just left while this case is still investigated. So what is the time frame for the investigations?
Okay. The other thing is back to my question that I asked earlier. I think this is the right time to respond to this. Honorable MC, the 2 million, the 197 million, or maybe as well, because it affects the fruitless expenditure. Maybe we'll still defer it to the next question, because it also touches on the issue of the payment of what's that? The payment and the money that they are claiming. I think it's in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Maybe we'll still defer it to that section. But I want on question 2A and B, where you are talking about the issue of quotations were awarded to bidders based on the preference point that were not allocated in accordance with the required of the provision. So the decision by the whoever implemented this thing, was there any legislation that guided them not to follow the preference point and move to the triple B and double B, so that they are able to deal with this thing instead of following what was prescribed? I know that there were 2017 and 2022 specific goals and 2017 whatever which was in place. But my question is that, was there any guiding tool for them to deviate from the first one to the triple B and triple B? That would be my question. And we'll also request that as and when you are dealing with the investigation, please avail the report, especially on 2C of 22-23, that there's somewhere in the annexures there, not annexures, but in the breakdown, the table there, where you are indicating that the investigation will be conducted, and we are saying, please avail the report. It is under E. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? You are saying currently a case of an irregular expenditure amounting to 724,000 is under investigation by the internal control. So we will love to have the progress report on that particular aspect. So on Honorable Nampumlulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumlulu TC. The last part of your question on F, what action did the accounting officer take against the CFO and the responsible officials? Then there is a response here. I want to know whether the internal control, investigation by the internal control and the compliance, and also vis-a-vis the independent investigations, which one can assess the department most? Because for me, if it is just an internal investigation, I don't think it can take a long time. And again, on the last bullet on F, you said in page 16, currently the case is under investigation by internal control and compliance and investigation to be concluded in the fourth quarter of the current financial year. Are you referring to this one, not the last one? Why not the last one? Oh, okay. But also I just want to know whether the investigation or the findings will be fair by the internal control and compliance, or if maybe you have an outside investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MEC?
Thank you so much. I'm going to.
But maybe MEC. Okay. I forgot something on page 14 of the 2023-24. Overpayment of this. Is that 486,000, or there is one missing there? Because we were talking about 1.4 million all along, but suddenly the one is no longer. Is it an omission? No, it's not. It's not. Okay. It's 486,000. Please. Maybe if I can click it. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm confused. No, you can continue answering.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Naketi Kekana, MEC, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to accord this opportunity to the HOD to respond to the questions as alluded to by the honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, Honorable MEC. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'll respond to the time frame for investigation as it was presented. In terms of the prescript, it's 60 days prescribed time frame. It also depends on the nature of the complexity of the case. Sometimes because as you are conducting an investigation, it depends on the complexity. Sometimes it takes more than the prescribed period. And on question 2A and B, wherein we are talking about the 724,000, which is still under investigation, we are acceding, Honorable Chairperson, and make an undertaking that will provide the report as soon as the investigation is being concluded in the current financial year. I will therefore request my colleagues, Mehetisani, through you, Chairperson, to speak to on whether the internal control investigation would be effective than the external investigation. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Fiona Edisani, Director Internal Control and Compliance. Yes, the process of the investigation by internal control and compliance will be fair. Actually, what is happening is that the very same finding was raised by AG during audit. So what the unit is currently doing is just to confirm what the AG has raised already. So we're not deviating from the findings that have been raised by AG, but it's just to confirm. So yeah, there's no need at this point to appoint an external investigator.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba, the Acting Head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. On the 768,000 disclosed during 2016-2017 financial year, the figure is correct. This is as a result of as and when we were recovering an amount of from 1.4 million. This was the closing balance at that period under review. Thank you.
Yeah, just an input. My name is Nempo TC. I actually don't understand when you are saying you are not diverting from the Auditor General. Is it a copy and paste? The final of the AG, who comprises the internal control and compliance investigation team? Because if you are saying you are not diverting, or you are saying you should have said the AG, the findings of the AG, and not the internal control. Just a clarity on that one, because you may. Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you so much. I think Honorable, Hedisani, Internal Control will respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Fiona Edisani, Director Internal Control and Compliance. Let me just take you a little bit back. So what happens during the audit, AG will identify an irregular expenditure. So the irregular expenditure was identified during that period. We disclose it as a regular expenditure. But for us to start the process of applying for condonation or for clearing it later, we need to have an investigation report. So what happens is that when I say we're not going to deviate, I'm saying that already AG has identified we are investigating the very same documents. What we need to do as internal control and compliance is just to confirm and apply the framework, the internal control framework. So that is what I'm trying to explain, that we're not deviating. But the investigation that we're conducting is guided by the internal control and framework, wherein we have to apply section 56 from A up to H. So all the areas that need to be followed in terms of the internal control, we need to make sure that they are applied. From there, that's when we can say the investigation has been concluded. We can take it further to the next step, where it will be presented to the board and start the process of condemnation. As it is, there's nothing that we can do based on what AG has raised on its own. Thanks, Chair.
Before that, I think we should take appropriate action before taking for condemnation. You should apply consequence management if you find wrongdoing. Obviously, after it's an irregular expenditure, there must be consequence management, process of recovery. If it is not possible, then that it can go for condemnation. Or yeah. So I think we'll clarify. Thank you very much. Is there any other issue under irregular expenditure? So if there is nothing, let's go to question 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempo TC, member of Scopa. Question 3. fruitless and the wasteful expenditure. Executing authority on page 168 of the annual report, the department indicated fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year amounting to 73,000. Cumulative fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31st March 2023 amounts to 507,000. Why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B3B in page 15 provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C in page 18, how much of the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure did the department recover? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Then questions on the 2023-24 financial year in page 17. Oh yes, F, sorry, page 21. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I nearly left very critical questions. Question 3 on the 2023-24 year. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing authority on page 163 of the annual report, the Department of Agriculture recorded a closing balance of 2,328,000 for 2022-23 financial year, 507,000 recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year. Why did the accounting officer fail to put effective systems in place to prevent the recurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B, provide breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C, how much was recovered from the balance? D, who are the responsible officials? And yeah, we end up on D. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, there is also what action which is not numbered was supposed to be E and F.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, it's not numbered. Let me see. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? And then the other one, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbuluni.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Nagedi Kekana, MEC Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to accord the HOD an opportunity to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the MEC. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to respond to question number 3, which relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure As at 31st March 2023, an amount of 507,000 was reported as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Going straight to A, the department has incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the period of 2022-2023 to an amount of 73,000. All officials responsible for making payments are aware that they are not allowed to pay interest and must ensure that all payments are supported by the relevant documentations. An invoice amounting to 70,201 were paid to the same supplier with the same amount on different payment dates. The payment division did not identify the error in the invoice number as being the same with the invoice number already paid, and proceeded with the payment of a repeat invoice number from the same supplier. The duplicated payments in fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred for no benefits. The expenditure on goods and services amounting to 2,440 revealed that the department incurred unpaid telecom the amount of interest on the overdue accounts. This following table is the details, also stipulating those responsible officials who committed the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure. And the progress as well is that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been recovered for 2,440 on the 15th of September 2023 from Ms. Mabukela S. We also recovered a fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the 1st of September 2023 for 70,201. B, the closing balance of 507,000 was as a result of cumulative balance from 2016-2017 to 2022-2023 financial year, and the table below depicts the breakdown of that closing balance. In 2016-2017, an amount of 570 was charged by the service provider as no show. In terms of the progress made, Mr. Mataha MR, who committed this fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this was written off on the 18th of April 2023, as it was uneconomical to the process that, of the debt, and the matter has since prescribed. That is, the reference is on Annexure R. There was an interest paid for electricity account at Eskom in 2016-2017 financial year of 630, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure has since been written off for Mr. M.D. Mahlaungani on the 25th of January, since he had retired, and he had retired before the investigation could not be finalized. See Annexure R. The interest paid on the telephone account at Telkom of 1,948 in 2016-17. The responsible official is Mr. Mahlangu K, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been recovered from him on the 21st of February 2024. See Annexure R. The interest paid for electricity at Eskom of 652 in 2016-2017, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was written off on the 15th November 2023 due to insufficient information to proceed with the matter. See Annexure R. In 2016-2017, there was a runners translation of occupational specific dispensation translated into 425,196, where two officials who are Malauzi AA and Mr. Moloto LE have retired and they have already terminated their services by the time the abacus investigation report, the forensic investigation report conducted by KPMG was concluded. So therefore, it will be very difficult to recover the debts at this stage, as the debt has long passed the period of prescription. The department is in the process of writing the debt off. See Annex R. In 2022-2023, an amount of 4,209 was incurred as a fruitless or recorded as fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to the interest paid for electricity at Eskom, and this has since been written off on the 25th of January 2025 because the amount of 4,209 was an invoice, not the interest paid, meaning that there was no interest. See Annex R. In 2022-2023, an amount of 562 rand was declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to the interest paid to Greater Giyani municipality, and this was since recovered from Mr. Maselesele JBI, and it was a disciplinary process outcome when he was issued with a written warning on the 21st of July 2023. See Annex R. An amount of 2,440 was incurred in 2022-2023 as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and it was recovered on the 15th of September 2023 from Mrs. Mavukela S. This was as a result of interest paid on telecom account. In 2022-2023, an amount of 70,201 was incurred, was declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and it was recovered from Mrs. Mavukela S on the 1st of September. The result of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, she paid an invoice number paid twice in respect of the 5th season investment company. The total amount of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure translates amount to 507,000. See how much did the department recover from fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The department has recovered 75,151, and the details, it is as per the table below. 2016-2017, an amount of 1,948 was declared due to the interest paid on telephone account at Telkom, and Mr. Matlangu had to pay the recovery was reckoned from him on the 21st February 2024. See Annex R. Mr. Maselesele JBI 562, and it was recovered from him. There was a disciplinary processes, and the outcome, he was being given with a written warning. This is as a result of the interest paid to Greater Zanini municipality. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if I have to still continue on the breakdown, because it is just a table that depicts the amount that has been recovered and from those officials.
No, I think we can continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Who are the responsible officials is Mrs. Mavukela S. from Skukuni. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? The EA has written a letter for intention to discipline the accounting officer on the 31st of October 2023, and the HOD then made a representation on the 4th of December 2023, see Annex S. The EA did not take any action against the accounting officer since the accounting officer has already identified relevant officials and the amount for fruitless expenditure was recovered and the relevant official retired from the department. Oh, sorry, the relevant official retired before the investigation could be finalized. This is the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure which was recovered from Mrs. Mabukela, 2,440 in 2022-2023, and the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure was also recovered on the 1st of September amounting to 70,201 from the same officials in 2022-2023. F. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the other responsible officials? The accounting officer has written a letter of intention to the CFO on the 5th of December. CFO has since made a representation on the 7th of December 2023. See Annexure T. The accounting officer has accepted the presentation made by the CFO since the CFO has already identified the relevant officials. See Annexure T. G. The measures that the accounting officer has put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Upon investigation, it was discovered that such incidents do not occur regularly and that the immediate consequences are enough to address the matter. Hence, the accounting officer has recovered the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In 2023-2024 financial year, in question 3, why did the accounting officer fail to put effective measures in place to prevent the recurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The department incorrectly disclosed fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in previous years in the current financial year. Included in note 31 of the annual report is an amount of 1,915,000 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and this amount, however, relates to the expenditure and payments incurred in the previous years, not the current year. Provide the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 507,000. 2019-2020 financial year, an amount of 1,907,175. A payment were made for the services which was not rendered. The disciplinary processes are underway for Mr. Mashiani and for Mrs. L.M. Siavi, who was dismissed, and we could not proceed with the hearing. There was other preceding hearing conducted against her, and the sanction was dismissal. In 2023-2024 financial year, an amount of 8,000 was incurred, was declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure as a result of interest and penalties that has been paid. And 2023-2024 financial year, an amount of 10,000 was incurred as well as declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and it was since written off. And there were 4 transactions which were recovered in 2023-2024 financial year, amounting to 75,151. 3 transactions are in a process of recovery of an amounting to 8,849. How much was recovered from the balance? An amount of 75,151 was recovered, and the breakdown, it is on the table below. Honorable Chairperson, this breakdown is the breakdown that I had already spoken to in 2022-2023 financial year. If it is permissible, the honorable members can just take note of the breakdown. If it's allowed, I can move to D, question D.
Yeah, it's noted, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The responsible officials, who are the responsible officials, is the Director, Strategic Management Monitoring and Evaluation, Mr. Mashiani, and the former Chief Director, Agricultural Regulatory and Technology Development, Mrs. LMCA. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official? For Mr. R.L. Mashiani, the disciplinary processes are underway. And for Mrs. CIB, there were no disciplinary processes hearing against her, as she is no longer in the department. A fruitless expenditure case has been reported in terms of Section 86 of the PFMA to subs C annexure CC. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The department is now complying with Instruction Note 4 of the 2022-2023 financial year. For reference, see Annexure D. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's time for follow-up questions if there are any on the regular, on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Maybe firstly, as you are coming to ask questions, on question 3, 2023-2024, the amount of 1.9 million payment made for services which were never rendered, and I know it is from the previous, is the balance from the previous 70,000, which was also indicated in 2022-2024. Just want to understand who was paid and what was supposed to be the service, which service was supposed to be rendered and paid, which was not rendered. And then my understanding is that when you pay somebody erroneously, you will be able to know where did the money go to, even before you take action against CIE and Mashia. But who received the money? And then how are we able maybe to advance in that direction to make sure that we get that money? Because the dismissal of CIE did not bring the 1 million or 1.9 million. And I also believe that the action which is in progress now for Mashia will not bring the 1.9 million. We know where the money was paid to. How do we recover that money? And then the other thing is the issue of there was somewhere where you were mentioning the 70 million, 70,000. So I was trying to read it, and I don't want
to. Page 19.
Page 19 of the
2023-2024.
Yes, which is the same invoice number split twice. The amount is 70,201,000. And the indication there is that it has been recovered. It has been recovered, but as I went through it, I think in the 2022-2023 is well explained, whereby there was maybe let's go to the annex before I confuse things. Annexure BB. Because in the annexure BB, I see the proof of payment for 3,806 from my account. So maybe if I can be assisted in BB, I'll be able to understand how was the 70,000 paid. How was the 70,000 paid? Because maybe I missed it. There are quite a number of proof of payments there. The one that is very clear is that one of Mahlambu, 1,900, which is also indicated. But there is also a payment for 3,800, which I'm not sure if I understand where is it coming from. I thought at first when I was checking it, I thought it was a part of the 70,000. But if it is part of that, when was the balance paid? Maybe this other document, because some of them I don't understand them. Maybe if you can just refer me to the balance on this things. And then another challenge, still with these invoices there, or the proof of payments. There was one which is just written the amount, no name. It is in this annexure, if I remember very well. So I just want to check now, how do you record it, or how do you refer to this? The amount of 2,440 immediately after the letter to sign pay. There is an invoice there, or a payment, a receipt. It looks like it should be a receipt. 2440 on top. You see? And then where there's supposed to be an amount is 1,220. There is a stamp there of the department, but from who we don't know. It's not science. There's no information. It's just the stamp and 2440 and 1220. I'm not sure if it is part of the payment of twice payment of the same. So can I be clarified? Remember, I started being 70,000. There is 3,800 or something. There is 2440. There is 1220. Again, times are impart 224. So it means if we said we paid twice, it means that we paid 1,220 a year twice, and then it becomes 2. Can I get clarity on that one? So that is what I wanted to get clarity on. Maybe let me give others chance to also ask questions. Are they
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumnum Tisi. No, the Chairperson has already taken all my 2 questions. But no, but what I want to say, we have the CRV, Mashiane, and Mavokela issues. I get a sense, sorry, fraud is right at the department. The internal control which can investigate cannot detect that this payment is already done. If the system are just in there, when I go with the invoice, all service providers should have been listed there, and their type of the services they offer, and the monitoring, and also the signature from different people. So let's start with this Mawoke. The first one, when you go to the CF office and those who are paying, the very same invoice with the very same number should have been appearing there on the system. So do you want to take to tell the public that the systems are not in order? I commended you on the survey 1, 2, 3. I was very, very happy. And the way you are having this audit outcome. But a small thing when a junior official want to do a fraud, it go through until payment of that one. Secondly, if the service provider is loyal, he or she cannot accept that payment. The service provider should have come to the department to say that you have already paid me and I'm returning this amount of money. Thirdly, who between Mawokela and the service provider, who paid back the money? Because for me, there's a collusion between the service provider and some of the employees, the payment officer, a lot of them. And the Mawokela cannot be punished alone in that circumstances. The worst one, services not being rendered, even. Services not being rendered at the department and get paid. I don't know where the CFO to check all those things. I can come and say, I've done agro processing at Madimo, and then I will get paid at this department. This is just embarrassment. And like she said, whether that you are satisfied that those money have been recovered in a way that you can attest to the public to say now, yes, they are paid. But let me finish by the consequence management. The other one has just resigned because of that corruption. The other one is still there. Having done such a corrupt things, services not rendered, then you come and claim from the government pay. A very open one. So maybe when we come chairperson, we are meeting quarterly. Only hear the consequence management for all these things. But I'm requesting the department to put measures in place, a strong one, that if a service or any other person is claiming payment and the service are not rendered, and then we should be fair and straightforward, that the public purse is not paying to individual who never rendered a service to our poor people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? If there are no questions, MEC?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Nakedi Kekana, MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I would actually speak to the a service provider who was paid twice as an administrative error or human error. What happened is that the payment was for lease of the state building property, wherein the service provider was paid on monthly basis, and this, she was paid an amount of 73,000. And erroneously then she was paid twice. In the following month, we did not pay the service provider because we had to recover the 70,201 which was paid erroneously. Hence you see that the supplier was paid only 3,861 on the breakdown. For the 2,440, that was as a result of the interest that was paid on electricity, and this was recovered from Mrs. Mabukela in 2 installments. There are parcel printout. The first installment was 1,220. This was done in 2 installments to recover the interest that we had incurred as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Honorable Chairperson, allow me, we have got technocrats in our midst who can be able to adequately respond to some of the questions. I hear the Honorable Member saying that there is corruption in the department, is rife. I don't think so. What I can agree with you is that maybe the internal control systems are weak, and to date we are no longer having this kind of anomaly because we have strengthened our internal control systems, and we had made it a point that our employees are fit for purpose, they have been capacitated, they have been trained on a regular basis. However, we will then speak to the 1.9 million which was incurred as a result of services which was not rendered by one of the company called Maditsi, who was supposed to deliver the bulk bins to Nojax project. I'll request the Director, Employee Relations and HRD to respond to this question through you, Honorable Chairperson, of what transpired.
Thank you, HOD Chairperson. My name is Kazamola Mashele, Director, Employee Relations and HRD. With regard to the matter itself, yeah, the 1.9, the issue of the bulk bins for Mr. Maditi. Well, the matter as we speak now, it's in court on the other side. Remember, we have opened a criminal case because such payment, if it occurs, it becomes criminal because the work that was supposed to have been done at that particular place is not, it has not happened. When we say the work is not done, is that what had happened? They've done partial delivery, a small short of delivery. It's kind of a syndicate with the person, the person who's on site there at Nojax. So then they confirm the issue of that the delivery has taken place. Then the department processed the payment. Then on verification, we realized that that did not happen. Then we opened the criminal case, and then we charged the employee who signed the approval of payment. That is what exactly had happened on the matter itself. So the matter is before court as we speak, and yeah. Thank you.
Maybe MEC, even before you continue with other responses, still on the very same issue. I think I'll agree with Honorable Nampulu that is corruption. That is corruption. Because if it was an honest mistake, the very same Maditsi was going to say, hey, you paid me, I did not perform the job. So because there was somebody, there was collusion between the service provider himself, the person who was at the plant, and the person in your office. So, and we are incurring cost, a legal cost again on this, on the very same issue where we have lost 1.9 million. So I don't know how do you classify the seriousness of issues in the department as and when you deal with it. This one is very, very serious. This one is very serious, and what you are saying, indeed, we understand is well done, is well explained, but very serious action must be taken. And we are noting the dismissal of other employees and the cases that are continuing. So my question is that the person on the site, was he or she an employee of the department, or he was just managing the site there? Is that it happened that he colluded with the employee of the department? He was not the employee of the department. Thank you, but really it's so embarrassing. It's corruption at its best. So you can continue with understanding follow-ups as I normally want to follow up. So I just wanted to understand on this one. Thank you very much, Emerson.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure. Do you have the response?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We have taken note of that, your comments, Chairperson, and we will then look into the matter on a very serious note. But we would want to confirm the criminal case that we have opened it with subs who are not incurring doesn't have any financial implications. It's a police case so that they can be able to assist to conduct an investigation further in terms of what has transpired. The case is underway. They've collected all the necessary documents that they required from the department. I think we have addressed all the questions, Honorable Chairperson, unless if ever there is any outstanding question which we did not tackle. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, is there any follow-up? I want to follow up on the issue that you have opened the case with the subs and the doctors, but ultimately the cost, because that matter will be taken to court at the stage, and you have to defend the department. That is when you are going to incur costs. I can see Honorable Nambulu is raising an issue of a hand or wants to make a follow-up.
No.
As you are still preparing.
The system,
okay.
The new system and all.
No, I just want to check on, there is annexure T, whereby, where is that T? Whereby the accounting officer wrote, I'm not sure if the accounting officer or the executive officer wrote a letter to the accounting officer, and then after the presentation of the, I'm trying to check it first, but and you'll pardon me if I refer to both of you, because I'm no longer sure if it is the executive authority of accounting officer who wrote the letter and who responded. After writing a letter for presentation, indeed the presentation was made, and then there was just a note to say, no, we are, can I be assisted?
It's
Annexure T. Is it of 2024, 2023, 2024?
It's 2022-2023.
Can you see that note? Which one?
2022-2023. Annex 30.
Comment.
The first one was addressed to Miss Kadingi, and then Miss Kadingi, yes, responded with the presentation, and then there was a note. No, it is not this one. Is it the same one? There was somewhere whereby the accounting officer is just making this one is the letter that is the second page of this letter. But there was somewhere where I'll get it before, because it was just not just indicating that you are accepting. It's not as formal as the first one when it was writing to the very same person for presentation. I'll check it. I'll check my notes where it's not this one. So, is there any other follow-up question or?
No, it's done.
Before we get off this question, there is an issue of OSD. Of course, you are indicating that the matter is receiving attention, but I'm just worried for a progress report just to say in progress. To me, in progress is not progress report. At what stage? Because at least if you were saying we've written a letter of condemnation, at least it shows that there's a step taken. Maybe you are waiting the response from the treasurer. I'm not sure whether it is, but is there under question 3? OSD, under OSD. Those tables there.
Yeah. Page 16. Honorable Chairperson.
Page 16, eh?
It's page 17.
17. Yeah. On the OSD, you are indicating, but in terms of progress, it's just saying in progress. So I'm saying in progress is not progress. It's not progress. In progress is not progress. At least we should have said we've written a letter to the provincial treasurer for condemnation, attaching a letter, maybe awaiting the response. That is progress. So I just wanted to indicate that if we, even in the next meetings, in our quarterly meetings, when we say we want a progress report, you must just know that in progress is not in progress. So, if there are no issues on question 3, can we move to question 4? Question 4.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. My name is Audit Ismaila. I will read 2022-2023 questions. Question 4, underspending of the budget. Executing authority on paragraph 8 as disclosed in the appropriation statement. The department materially underspent the budget by 161,257 million, of which 121 and 422 million is on the agriculture farmer support and development program. The department underspent on the same program in 2021-2022 financial year with an amount of 98,786,000. Question A, why did the department persistently underspend the budget allocation in the agriculture farmer support and development program by 161,157 million? B, who are the official responsible for managing the agriculture farmer support and development program? C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official? D, provide a revised plan to prevent the reoccurrence of this anomaly. Question 4 from 2023-2024. Question 4, underspending the budget. Executing authority in paragraph 8 of the Auditor General's report. The 18 reports that the department materially underspent the budget by 40,144,000 from the budget allocation of 741,508 million on the agriculture farmer support and development program. The department underspent on the same program in the prior year to the amount of 121,422,000 from the budget allocation of 805,902 million. Question A, why did the accounting officer underspend the budget by 40,144,000 on the agriculture farmer support and development program? B, outline the impact of this under expenditure on service delivery and the APP of the department. C, who are the officials responsible for managing the agriculture farmer support and development program? D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? E, why did the measure put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter yield no results? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Maina. So there's another question? Yeah, the problem is that there were some of these questions that were not numbered. So it's like that you have done reading all the questions. So the last one is to provide what? Provide a revised plan to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, our Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Going to respond to question 4 for 2022-2023 financial year, which relates to the underspending. A, the underspending of the budget allocated during 2022-2023 was constituted by the following program. For goods and services, we have underspent by 13,802 million, was derived mainly from the exponential increase of production inputs after the Russian-Ukraine war. That is in relation to legitimate conditional grant. The service providers for fertilizers were not willing to deliver at the contracted prices for fertilizers. This was as a result of the global price escalation of production inputs, mainly on fertilizers, which has affected the contracted service providers who had ACDP contracts with the department. The prices they had signed on their contracts for which the department to deliver the inputs fell below what was the prevailing prices in the market. The department could not escalate the prices by 5% as per the contract. However, this was not accepted by the, the department proposed to escalate the prices by 5% on the contract. However, this was not accepted by the service provider, and as a result, they could not deliver the required inputs, and this led to the department underspend. See Annexure U. On the transfers and subsidies account, an amount of 4,831,000 was underspent, which was mainly driven by payment of leave gratuity and bursaries for external beneficiaries. The remaining budget could not be spent as there were students who failed at the end of the academic year, and therefore the bursary was temporarily suspended. An amount of 22,314,000 incurred on capital assets due to the underspending of building and other fixed structures and machinery which was supposed to be procured. And the department could not procure 97 laptops for ERP due to the review of the SCM policy. The policy was since approved in the fourth quarter of the same year, and the department applied for a rollover which was spent in the 2023-2024 financial year. The other contributory factor was as a result of the procurement of livestock information and tracing system, that is LITS, ear-tags, fridges, freezers, and the cold storages for vaccine. We could not procure due to the limited time frame, and we were then overtaken by events. The delay, underspending as a result of delay in the completion of the irrigation projects before the end of the financial year due to the late appointment of the 10-key term contract of service providers. The project implementation commenced late in the third quarter, and the project were carried over into the following financial year for completion. The other contributory factor to the underspending of 161.257 million, it's as a result of the underspending on COE, compensation of employees by 80 million, 80.437 million. This was as a result of non-filling of vacant posts based on the following reasons. As we as a collective knows that the recruitment process has been centralized to PPMC, and during the prior year in question, we had back-to-back engagements with the Treasury as we were not finding each other in terms of the available ring-fenced COE. The other contributory factor is the wherein the department was in the process of placing the employees into the approved functional structure, and therefore there was a decision taken by PPMC that we should not advertise posts for agricultural advisors, especially because we, as a department, we had a situation wherein there was a forensic investigation conducted by KPMG on OSD translation, and therefore due to erroneous translation of the agricultural advisors into the OSD. In 20 May 2022, the department made a request at the Provincial Treasury to advertise 140 posts. The approval was granted for only 72 posts out of 140 C Annexure V. The department further requested an approval of 152 highly critical posts C Annexure W. On the 11th August 2022, the department has submitted again the request for approval to Provincial Treasury to advertise 139 highly critical funded posts, see Annexure X. On the very same year, in the 22 August, Provincial Treasury acknowledged the receipt of the request and further indicated that they needed a further information to assist them with the cost over the medium-term expenditure framework. In 5 September, Provincial Treasury further provided the spreadsheet for the department to populate information. The spreadsheet was sent on the 3 October. This is just a breakdown in terms of the trajectory, in terms of what has happened, which has actually, we ended up losing the time during that particular year of 2022. On page 25, 13 December, a follow-up letter was submitted to Treasury requesting to advertise posts. And on the 24th of January, that's when the analysis for COE was completed by Treasury, and the preliminary budget was allocated for 2023 MTF. The Provincial Treasury indicated that the downward revision of the budget shows that the department will not be able to afford to pay the or maintain MTF cost for COE of 139 posts during 2023 MTF cycle. And the discussions continued until we were then requested to advertise 87 highly critical posts within under veterinary and animal health. And yeah, this is what has happened during that in 2022, and unfortunately we could not obtain an approval. Hence we had lost 80 million on COE. Who are the responsible officials for managing the agricultural farmer support and development? The Chief Director, Mr. Nowata MSJ. The Accounting Officer, action taken against the responsible official. In analyzing causes for underspending, it became clear that it was a factors beyond the control of the department, such as service providers being unable to deliver the services due to price escalation, due to the war in Ukraine, non-approval of the inclusion of the agricultural advisor on the recruitment plan, and based on these factors, the accounting officer did not deem it appropriate to take actions against the responsible official, see Annexure HH. As a department, we are requested to provide the revised plan to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. There are mechanisms that we have put in place to monitor expenditure so that we could enable the immediate action on early warning signals of possible challenges. Those measures are, we have continuous improvement on the efficiency of SCM processes. We had, as a department, strengthened the monitoring and evaluation of performance, and we are having constant engagement with the Provincial Personnel Management Committee so that we can be able to be granted an approval to fill the highly critical post, and we can confirm that we are no longer having challenges in that regard. 2023-2024 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, the department has underspent by 40,144,000 on the Agricultural Farmer Support and Development Program. It comprises of 4 sub-programs. The underspending of 40.1 million is placed within the producer support and management and extension and advisory sub-programs. And the underspending is as a result of the following. We had underspent on goods and services, that is property payments and operating leases. Transfers and subsidies, the department budgeted for more retirement than actualized. It is very difficult to project a figure or an amount on the natural attrition. We are able only to project on the mandatory retirement. On capital assets, the producer support and management underspend on conditional grant as some projects were still under the construction at the year end. On the COE, as I've already alluded, the challenges that we had with our the PPMC. And B, we need to outline the impact of this under expenditure on service delivery and the APP of the department. And the department, as a department, we did not realize any negative impact on service delivery due to the following reasons. There was a rollover of 24,900,000 for CASP that has been used for projects and that were completed. See annexure EE. There was no negative impact to service delivery to producer and extension services and outreach program due to the additional appointment of 946 assistant agricultural practitioners, AAP, which we had received from National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The POE is on annexure FF. This has also the augment of additional human resources through the program of AAP has made the department to overachieve on program 3 as per the annual report of 2023-2024 financial year. We had overachieved in all the key commodities focused indicators, and the reference or proof to that evidence is in annexure GG. The provision of production inputs through Presidential Employment Stimulus Program has also mitigated on the under expenditure in respect of the producers who were needed the agricultural inputs. See annexure HH. This is the letter from National Department, which talks to the national number of wherein we had assisted 50,000 producers or farmers as attached. The responsible official who in program 3 is Mr. Nwata, Mr. Matlangu, the director for Waterberg District, Mr. M.I. Mabilu, Mopani District Director, E.M. Kekana, Capricorn District Director, Mr. H.M. Mabua, Sikukuni District Director, Mr. L.M.L. Mariba, Vembe District Director. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? The disciplinary action could not be taken against the accounting officer since she left on the the accounting officer could not take any action against the responsible officials because she had already left on the 31st December 2023 before the prior audit could be concluded. What measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of the underspending? Why the measures could not yield the results? My sincere apology. The department implemented the following measures. We had bi-weekly infrastructure and conditional grant spending monitoring meetings, the monthly presentation on financial performance to executive management and the executive authority. On a monthly basis, program managers report on areas of under expenditure with an indication of measures that they will put in place to salvage such. The measures put in place yielded the results because in 2022-2023 financial year, the program has spent 84% of the appropriated budget. In 2023-2024 financial year, the program has spent 94.4%, which is an evidence that the measures that we had put in place were effective and efficient to address the challenges at our disposal. The above measures are in place at both working institutions of our department. Provide a revised plan to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. The relevant targets in 2024-2025 on the APP were planned for in such a way to accommodate possible increased performance resulting from additional resources which becoming available through DARALT and the collaboration partners. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation or for the response for question 4, both 22-23 and 23-24. We are going to open questions for clarity or follow-up questions based on the presentation. Maybe the first one that I can ask is, you're mentioning the underspending as a result of the bursaries. The first one is called the bursaries, where those learners or those students who failed at the end of the academic year, their bursaries are temporarily suspended. And then my question is, what then happens to them after they pass those modules? Because I believe that they can fail, but they can't fail everything. So then how do you follow up with their academic progress, and then how do you assist them going forward? Because I believe that if I fail one module this year, maybe you can suspend payments for that particular module. But next year when I pass, I don't know how what's the contract saying. So that's my question. What is it that you are doing to an extent that you have this irregularity? And then on the issue of compensation for employees, where you requested to fill the post, and then first thing maybe you were given half of what you requested, you filled them, but when you went for the second time, you said no, not this time. And as we went through some of the challenges as you raised, you had a challenge of capacity in terms of certain sections where you do not have a required human resource. Maybe MSc, this one is a management issue, because it is the effect of the instruction note 7 in the province to regulate the spending and all those things, which was later added to that by the Treasury circular on austerity measures. But you are very clear on how you are affected by this application. But my my question is, later as you progress, whether this affected you negatively. You said no, nothing, this underspending did not affect you negative. So it becomes a contradiction to me. To say you applied for 172 posts, they said no, don't feel anything. And then you are fine. Later you said, nah, that thing did not even affect us. So it means, it proves to the treasurer that you did not need those posts. So I'm just raising it because that's my analysis. And the other thing is that on 2022-2023, when you were asked to come up with a revised, is it called a revised plan? Yeah, something like that. Yes, question D. 4D. Provide a revised plan to prevent a recurrence of this. And I've seen it throughout the document or throughout your responses. My understanding is that when you say a plan, you know, when you are planning, you say, I'll do this, after this, I'll do this, and then it will have timelines, it will have responsible people, so that it real. Because a plan, if it does not have the timelines and the people who will execute those activities will just be something else. And what proves that indeed the way you are approaching your plans, it becomes very problematic. The previous file that you gave us, which you have improved and you are appreciating that you've improved, but somewhere you have disapproved. Because on this question, there was a recommendation, or there was part of the plan where you said you will develop a SCM turnaround strategy. That was I think that was something very progressive and it was going to assist you. But you came back, you removed that particular thing. You wrote something else. I'm not sure whether you realized that you could not come up with that strategy. But you could have left it there and said, we are busy drafting the strategy. It was going to at least show that you are. But the removal of it, let me see. I said, I don't know, but I said now you're going forth back, we progress and we go back. Because that strategy was supposed to assist you in terms of supply chain management, a turnaround, and it was going to contribute even to the click audit, but we have withdrawn it. We don't know. And I don't think this one was not a mistake. He said, this one, remove it, it's going to create a lot of work for us. They will say, what is that strategy? Just take it out. And you were taking out something that was going to assist. So those are the questions that I can or even comment. Some of them are not questions, they're just comments to say. Yeah, is there any question?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. I am left with one question here. On the responsible officials. So, according to the statement, the accounting officer was supposed to institute disciplinary action, but he left before. My question is that what will happen, or what is currently happening about these people? Because there was no disciplinary action being instituted against them. What will happen to them? Secondly, what are the real reasons for underspending? As I do not understand how do they work, because if the money has been allocated for these 2 projects, you know that I'm going to buy 2 projects with this 100 rand, but instead of that, then you underspend. Why are you doing that? What are the real reasons for that? So why are they still kept in their position, even if they are underspending, because this is really demonstrate incompetence. So now if we still keep these kind of people in their position, they will continue to do that. So what, according to your investigations, what are the real reasons for underspending? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maina. MEC?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Nakedi Kekana, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development. I think the comments as raised by the Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele, and also Honorable Maila, I think they carry more weight, and there is no amount of reasoning that we can put before the members of Scopa for us failing to spend the budget accordingly. I'm saying this precisely because when we were talking about priority number 3, of course, of developing an ethical and developmental state, we are then referring to the issue of acquiring the requisite skills, which will then assist in terms of the issues as raised here, because that in itself will address to the issues of the unemployment, the issues of the job creation. So for us to underspend the budget, like what the President has correctly put it to say, is tantamount to crime, because we are robbing the community members of the services that they are supposed to acquire or to receive from us. Every time when I call the meeting, I think I'm sitting with the management staff on a weekly basis, and this time around is every day, if not in an hourly basis, because sometimes when I'm home, when I think about something, I'll just call. Even yesterday we were at work, because I also fail to understand why are we able to spend as requested. The issue that the Honorable Chairperson is highlighting on the issue of the plan, I think you were just spot on. It was as if you were sitting somewhere when I was sitting with the officials, also highlighting the very same matters that you are raising here, to say who are the responsible persons, and the plan must also come with the timelines. And I told them vividly to say, already, Chairperson, I've already returned the HOD the letter, and I expect the HOD to write the very same letters to her subordinates, the chief directors. Because if we don't put the responsible persons there, it means in terms of monitoring or track the progress, we will not be able to realize our goals. It will remain hidden like that. So it's high time that responsible persons must be highlighted, so that we follow up from the top to the latter, because when we're talking about the clean audit and also the issue of the impact that we are doing to the community, it doesn't necessarily refer to the executive authority, the accounting of authority. It also applies to the chief directorates, and I've been telling them all the time, and also with the inclusion of the district heads, to say, as the district heads, you are the HODs, you are the ambassadors of the people's aspiration, because you are the ones who are closer to the people right there. So you are the one who must be able to highlight all issues of service delivery, of all is the project that are there. If something is not going well in terms of the projects that is residing within your own district, you must be in the position to highlight it to the chief directorate. If the chief directorate doesn't respond, yourself, you should have done justice to say, I've highlighted this matter, 1, 2, 3, I've followed up on this matter, but the chief director did not respond accordingly, because it is everyone's business. It's not the business of a one person, it's a collective responsibility. So I want to agree with you vividly, so to say the issue of the expenditure, we're not going to tolerate this going forward. But I'm happy because for now, in terms of our expenditure, in terms of the intervention that I'm doing right now, because I go to an extent of calling everybody, starting from the service providers and whoever, because we have been given latitude by the Premier to say we must sometimes act like mad people, and this is what I'm doing, because to me, I don't want to be loved. The Premier told us to say you don't need to be loved by people because you are not money, and this is what I'm doing, and I can attest in front of them that the issue of the under expenditure is unforgivable. But I'm happy because at least we're getting somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. If there's no follow-up questions, let's offload from question 4.
But maybe perhaps, Honorable Chairperson, my apology. Maybe I want to accord, with due respect, this opportunity to the HOD, maybe to respond further on this one. You must get from her.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, members and colleagues. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Responding to the underspending of the budget, Honorable Chairperson, we don't want to reiterate. This is not acceptable, it's uncalled for. And as a department, we are striving to do everything within our means to develop a turnaround strategy that would actually be implemented in an effective and efficient manner in order for us to make sure that we spend all the money. It is not about financial performance only. That would include your non-financial performance targets, your APP targets, because we don't want to underachieve at the end of the financial year. It is true that the MEC is providing strategic guidance and leadership, and I think since she has been part of this team, spearheading and monitor the spending patterns, we hope and believe that we will be able to expand our budget as per the allocated budget. I know that our MEC, she doesn't take no for an answer. It's something that we had committed, all of us and the executive managers, that in the current financial year we need to see an improvement on our spending, because we don't want to deny the people of Limpopo to afford an opportunity in making sure that we provide agricultural support programs through our farmer support program policies. We want to make sure that we make a difference in the people of Limpopo for the better life and for their livelihood. So there is a level of commitment. I can attest that there is a level of commitment, a high level of commitment to all of us. We are going to make sure that the money, it is being spent, and not just spending the money. We want to make an impact to the people that we serve, in making sure that we provide a quality service in terms of the agricultural support that we are providing, wherein we are having the program of your CAST, Ilimanchima, your RAVAC, and we also increase the food production and make sure that as a department we have got a sustainable food security program for us to be able to contribute to our GDP. I don't want to repeat on what the MEC has said. Maybe, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to respond to your question on our bursary awarded to
veterinary services and the engineering service, the veterinary veterinary public health discipline. What is happening is that if a student failed or a bazaar failed for a module, what we do, we suspend the bursary, but the moment the student acquire that particular module that the student has registered, we then reinstate the bursary. That is in line with the contractual obligation. I also want to bring the context of the non-filling of vacant posts versus the impact of the underspending, and I hope that this would not be misconstrued, because I just want to bring the two. When we were talking about the underspending, we were talking about the underspending of program 3, wherein we could not spend within agricultural development and farmer support. But when we were talking about the underspending of the COE, that is the entire organization, wherein we were unable to fill the positions. But within program 3, because the question was precisely on the underspending of program 3, we're just trying to show that in terms of impact of on performance, I would say that we're fortunate because we were able to receive additional resources from Darald to augment the skeletal staff that we're operating at. But I'm not promoting that we should underspend, and we agree, Honorable Maila, that consequence management will be implemented if we happen to realize any act of misconduct, because it's a misconduct to underspend. So as a department, we will then look at those kind of particular behavior and a misconduct that we are executing, so that should be corrected. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. Still on the issue that you have raised of underspending and the assistant that you got from the assistants that you got from department, or is it from national? Yes, but that assistance assisted you to even to overspend, not overspend. Yes, your target, because your target was 700 or something, and you end up your target being 20,000 something, which, well, is fine. But when we're dealing with the resolutions, almost every year you were complaining about the reason why you could not get you are stagnant and you could not get a clean audit is because of the misstatements due to lack of understanding of the regular or of the requirements of the framework. And to me, this was a negative impact that is there for not filling the posts. Why? Because it means if you have got people who do not have the understanding of the framework, you don't have capacity. And it means people are occupying those positions, maybe on acting basis, not having the necessary capacity, and that is why they will not understand the requirement, and that brings you to qualified audit every year. So that's why I'm saying I'm surprised if you say so. The impact in the system in the long run will be there. In the long run, we might not immediately associate it with the issue of filling of the post. But look at the 3 years, 2020, 2017, 2018, the finances are saying there's misstatement due to 2022, 2021, 2022, 3 years, the same statement, statement due to lack of understanding of the requirements of the framework. And that is the period when you apply for those posts. And at one stage there was a recommendation that at least give us those critical posts, and then you prioritize the veterinarian posts, but you also had a gap in terms of the finances or people who understand the finance, because it's very critical. If you don't have people who still don't lack understanding of the regulations that regulates the financial of the department, then our vision of going to the clean audit is still very far, and we want to come closer to that particular vision as soon as possible. So I just wanted to raise that issue, that you said this and then it is a negative impact in my view. So in the absence of any follow-up question, unless if maybe still having something else. We are going to question 6, 2022-2023, and question 7, 2023-2024. They are all dealing with the same matter. That is why we will come back to question 5 in 2022-2023. We'll come back to 5 and 6 in 2023-2024. So on the SIU, question 6, 2022-2023, question 7, 2023-2024.
Thank you very much, Officer. My name is Asna Benjamin, a member of this committee. We are in question 6, 2022-2023. It reads as follows. SIU investigation proclamation number 36 of 2019, as of GG 42577 dated 12 July 2019. Executing Authority on paragraph 41. There is an investigation into the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, as of CHSP grant, which is done at a national level. The investigation is still in progress. Question number A, provide the status report of the investigation. Must I take question 7?
Yeah, question 7. Okay. 7 in 2022-2023. Okay. 2023-2024.
Okay. Yeah. Question 7. Nojas situated in the Zanin local municipality. Executive Authority on paragraph 42. An investigation was conducted internally by the Risk Management Section, and the report was presented to the Financial Misconduct Board. An external investigation was recommended, and a company named Abacus has been appointed by the Provincial Treasury. The investigation commenced on the 17th May 2022.
Honorable Majoma, now we go to question 7 of 2023-2024. Oh, please. Because it speaks to the SIU investigation explanation.
Question 7.
Yes.
Okay. Question 7. It reads this. SIU investigation proclamation number R36 of 2019, as of GG 42577, dated 12 July 2019. Executing Authority in paragraph 48 of the AGS report. There is an investigation at the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development into the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, as of SASP grant. This investigation has extended to provinces as they are also the recipients of SASP. The investigation is still in progress, requiring letters from 2022-2023 financial year. Person A, it says provide the status report of the investigation. Number B, who are the responsible officials? Number C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Number D, which measures is accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Majomane. MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Nakedi Kekana, the MEC Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, and our Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. In 2022-2023 financial year, question 6A, we are required to provide the status report of the investigation. That is the SIU investigation as per the proclamation indicated. The investigation is still in progress following the request for information by the SIU on the 8th of December 2022. The response by the department was submitted on the 12th December 2022. The investigation is conducted by the law enforcement agencies outside the department, and to date the department is still to receive the outcome of the investigation. The department made a follow-up in August 2024 with the National Transferring Officer, Mrs. Elda Mtiza, who confirmed that the investigation is still in progress. He had given us a feedback on the 27th of August 2024 that according to the SIU plan, the investigation should be finalized or concluded by the end of March 2025. See Annexure MM. In 2023-2024 financial year, the question is on number 7. Question 7A is the same question with question 6. However, there is question B, which requires the department to provide the names of the responsible officials. The stipulated names is the District Director, Capricorn District, Mekekana, EM, Deputy Director, Extension Services, Capricorn District, Mr. Madiwati, District Director, Mopani District, Mr. Mabilu, MI, Deputy Director, Extension Services, Mopani District, Mrs. Mkuna, MH, District Director, Sekukune District, Mr. Mabua, HM, Deputy Director, Extension Services, Kukune District, Mrs. Bupape, MC, the former District Director, Vembe District, retired Mrs. Rapunga, FE, Deputy Director, Extension Services, Vembe District, Mr. Mariba, ML, District Director, Waterberg District, Mr. Matlango, SI, Deputy Director, Extension Services, Waterberg District, Mr. Van der Merwe, A. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? The disciplinary process cannot be initiated at this stage as the investigation is not yet concluded. It is still underway by the SIU as per the mentioned proclamation number R36 of 2019, GG 42577, dated 12 July 2019. The measures the accounting officer has put in place to prevent this anomaly, the measures could not be developed to prevent the anomaly at this stage, pending the completion of the investigation and the report thereof. In 2022-2023 Financial year question number 7. Thank you. I'm sorry. My sincere apology, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Is there a question on the SI report? I think it has been presented before. I don't think and I'm not stopping you to ask questions, but I don't think there is any further question because the answers are still going to be the same.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you, MEC. We are going to go back to 2023 on question 5 because it's the only question that is in that financial year. It's not there in the 2023-2024. So let's go through question number 5, 2022-2023, and question we followed by question number 7, so that we know that we are done with 2022-2023. Question 5.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Kolom Maila. I'll read from question 5. Annual financial statements. Executing authority in paragraph 29 of the Auditor General's AG report. The AG reports that the financial statements submitted for audit were not fully prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by section 40 subsection 1A and B of the BFMA. On paragraph 38, management did not prepare regular, accurate and complete financial and performance reports that are supported and evidenced by reliable information. Question A, why did the department submit the financial statement which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 40 subsection 1A and B of the BFMA? B, why did management fail to prepare regular, accurate and complete financial and performance reports that are supported and evidenced by reliable information? C, what action did executing authority take against the accounting officer? D, what action did accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the senior managers? E, what measures did accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Question?
Thank you very much. It's up to Ine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maila. MEC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to request the HOD to respond. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, Honorable MEC. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We are on question number 5, which relates to the annual financial statement. A, due to lack of capacity, the department did not comply with the framework. However, there are corrective measures which are in place. The department included the capital commitment schedule on the contract amount that does not agree to the amount as per the contract. which resulted in overstatement of the commitments. Furthermore, the department disclosed the retention as a portion of the total contract amount or a percentage of the total contract amount, even for the contracts that were still ongoing and not fully paid for by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. B, why did we fail to prepare regular, accurate, complete financial performance report? The following reasons are: due to lack of capacity, the department did not comply with the framework. However, there are corrective measures that the department are putting in place. During the 2022-2023 financial year, on the annual financial statement, the department included the capital commitment schedule on the contract amount that does not agree to the amount as per the contract, which resulted in overstatement of commitments. Furthermore, the department disclosed retention as a portion of the total contract amount or a percentage of the total contract amount, even of the contract that was still ongoing and not fully paid by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. On the performance report, this is what happened. When reporting the average percentage of compliance of all operating abattoirs in the province to the meat safety legislation, the average percentage of 73.45% was reported in the annual performance report, and that was incorrect. Therefore, the total number of the hygiene assessment system, the HAS inspection made to abattoir in the province was therefore resulted to be not correct. The action that the executing authority taken against the accounting officer, the executive authority wrote a letter to the accounting officer on why action should not be taken against him. And the letter was referred to the Premier, see Annexure 2. The HOD has since responded, see Annexure I beg your pardon. Therefore, the executive authority did not take action against the accounting officer because the responsible officials have been identified and consequence management have been implemented. A POE on Annexure II. D. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the senior managers? The accounting officer wrote a letter to the CFO on why action should not be taken against them. See Annexure JJ. The CFO has since responded, referred to Annexure JJ. The accounting officer has accepted the presentation by the chief financial officer, referred to Annexure JJ. The accounting officer did not take action against the former chief director, agriculture, regulatory, and technology development since the relevant official has been given a written warning. See Annexure KK. Furthermore, based on that the accounting officer advised the former chief director, agriculture, regulatory, and technology development on areas of improvement. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? On the performance report, the correctness of formulas entered by the check on TAT must be checked properly by the relevant chief director before the final calculation and score is presented to M&A. On the annual financial statement, to address the misstatement, a checklist has been developed in 2022-2023 to test all disclosure notes as per application of the standards. Refer to Annexure LR. The retentions are now reported according to the amounts retained. The quality assurance of the AFS by both the supervisor and the review committee is being done. No disclosure will be accepted if not signed off by the relevant director. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation or responses on the file. Are there other questions, honourable members? Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampungoni Tisi. On the response on B, you cited lack of capacity. In B, why did management fail to prepare regular, accurate and complete financial and performance reports? Then you cited the lack of capacity and said corrective measures are in place. Did you outsource these corrective measures, or you did it while you have a lack of capacity? And also on D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? I see a lot of representation here. Presenting yourself to the MEC, HOD, the HOD to the MEC, the CFO to the HOD. But on the letter by the HOD on this presentation, on the letter, I think it's dated the letter today, yeah, 4 December 2023. On the third item, furthermore, thanks for allowing me, this is the HOD. Furthermore, thanks for allowing me the opportunity to make a representation before sharing your recommendation with the Office of the Premier. Is when the MEC wrote to the HOD. So the HOD is pleading that he or he will make the representation. This, I request your indulgence. I request in I, annexed I. This, I request your indulgence not to consider any disciplinary action against me, since I have already identified the officials responsible and developed a consequence management plan across all the audit findings. You see, I expected the HOD to mention the lack of capacity and mention seminars and workshops to train those people. For me, which is subjective, and unless if I'm clarified, for me, he's shifting, the HOD is shifting his responsibility to the junior officials. How in the case of a financial statement, there's no verification, there's no monitoring, proofreading, and everything. So those who have done a mistake, simply because of the level of capacity, now they are found guilty of having a wrong financial statement. But for me, if it's not written only to comply, for compliance only, we should have maybe mentioned the seminars and also the workshops to have the capacity at the department. So it's not logically flowing going, in line with what the department is encountering there. But capitalizing on the mistake of junior officials, for me, is not fair. For me, the HOD must accept the responsibility that he is not monitoring and overseeing all exercises and actions by the junior officials. So that is my comment on the matter.
Thank you, Honorable Namkumloni. Maybe we should have asked on a lack of capacity. What does that mean? Does it mean lack of skills or lack of manpower? If maybe it's clarified, we will then come to say then corrective measures. Are you saying you will fill in the post, or are you saying you will workshop those who does not have skills? So maybe you can be clarified. I think to be also answering what Honorable Madam is saying. Let me see.
Thank you, Chairperson, HOD.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the acting HOD of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you for the question, Honorable
Nempumburuni. Or just say TC Tender Care.
We appreciate your factual input. I think we cannot shy away to acknowledge that your observation is correct, and I think by the then head of the department could have taken into consideration of those inputs that you have made, rather than shifting the responsibility. But anyway, it's an eye-opener as well to us that we need to make sure that we are developing a clear line of command as and when we are preparing the financial statements for quality assurance purposes. The capacity, we are referring to lack of knowledge, lack of skills, lack of interpretation of the framework. But at the same time, as well, we have depicted the gap and the shortfall, that there was no review process that was conducted by then. And I think the measures that we had put in place, Honorable Chairperson, it is effective because in the previous financial year, 2023-2024, Dao can attest to that, we never had an audit finding in relation to misstatements or AFS disparities as we used to. So we will just keep the momentum. We don't want to relent. We will continue making sure that we review our AFS as and when we will be preparing for the audit of the current financial year. Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, can we go to question number 7 of the same financial year?
right, thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Kobodi Smaila. I will just read question 7. Nojak situated in the Zanen local municipality. Executing authority on paragraph 42, an investigation was conducted internally by the risk management section, and the report was presented to the financial misconduct board. An extensional investigation was recommended, and a company named Apacas has been appointed by provincial treasury. The investigation commenced on the 17th May 2022. Caution, I'm not sure whether it's caution because there's never been marked. Provide progress report regarding this matter.
I think that is the only question. Yeah, it's one question. Just a progress report. And I don't know, but I think the progress reports have been given throughout the presentation from the resolutions to the irregular expenditure. I'm not sure if maybe you want this presentation to be done again.
No, it's okay.
We had sufficient presentation already. So let me see. We think that this one has been responded to through different questions. But on questions 5, I forgot to. I noted something that I wanted to check or to take advantage of. Let me see, when we were indicating the performance report, and there was a particular emphasis on the abattoirs in the province. So based on that, I just want to take an advantage to update us on progress in terms of the abattoir, because it has been when you are presenting, you are doing the report of 25, you mentioned it progress. So just for interest's sake, if you can, but I'm just giving you options. If you can, it is not compulsory to respond to this one. That's why I'm just saying privileged information.
Well, thank you so much. I think in terms of the Wakomu abattoirs, together with the sister department, I think we are making strides in terms of its functioning. Various things has happened in terms of the preparation for the abattoir to function. The renovation is done, and the strategic partner has been sourced, and the setback was that after the renovations were done, of course, they experienced a certain theft in terms of the electrical cables, but later they were able to fix them again and make sure that they appointed the service provider, the credible service provider, with the necessary equipment to be able to safeguard the plant. And we are just tasked by the Premier just before the issue of Scopa to make sure that we go there and check further progress in terms of the abattoir to be functional. But so far, there are commitments undertaken in terms of the budgets, and also if we have to get the rollover, I think we'll then, together with the sister department, qualify for the rollover because we have started.
Thank you, MEC, for that complete information. We know that this is work in progress, and we're looking forward for that project to become fully functional, because it's a point of where our people are going to benefit, and I think even in terms of contributing to the reduction of unemployment in the country, in the province, and to raise the 2% that we worried about on the GDP. Thank you very much. So let's go back to 2023-2024. Question 5. Question 5. Yeah, question 5 on page 23. Question 5.
Page 23.
Question 5.
My name is Asnat Moduman, I'm the member of this committee. Question 5, it reads grant management. Executive authority in paragraph 84 of the AG's report. AG reports that the performance of the program funded by the regime and the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, CASP, was not evaluated as required by the section 12 subsection 5 of the DORA. Question A. Why did the accounting officer not evaluate the regime and Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, CASP, as required by section 12 subsection 5 of the DORA? Question B. Who are the responsible SCM officials who presided over the evaluation? Question C. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Question D. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ajumani. MEC.
Thank you so much, Chairperson HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable Majumani for the question. My name is Mpho Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The question is number 5 on 2023-2024 financial year. On grant management. A. Why did the accounting officer not evaluated the legima and the CASP as required by DORA? The provincial departments are expected to submit monthly expenditure reports, quarterly and annual performance report for financial and non-financial to enable the national transferring officer to monitor if provinces are implementing projects and programs in line with the approved business plans. The Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development delayed the submission of the annual report for 2023-2024 financial year. The report was due on 31st May 2024 and the submission was only done on the 2nd June 2024 for the annual reports for financial and non-financial 1 month after the end of the financial year. The responsible supply chain management officials who presided over the evaluation are the Acting Chief Director, Agriculture Development and Farmer Support, Mrs. E.M. Kekana, the Deputy Director, Food Security, Mrs. N.N. Malakela, the Assistant Director, Infrastructure Project Development Coordination and Support, Mr. K.E. Mwabelo. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? The warning letters were issued to caution staff to compile and submit reports on time within the set time frame. See Annexure II. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The departmental, we have developed the mandatory submission calendar so that we can be able, we are also monitoring it on monthly basis through the office of the CFO to ensure that all compliance reports to national and all oversight bodies are submitted on time by the relevant chief directorates. Make reference to Annexure JJ. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Usually on the grants, most of the department will complain about the late approval by the national department, and then and as such they are unable to spend all of the money. It results in the underspending. But I think in this case, then it is the province that did not comply with the submission, the due date for submission. And as a result, there is no way the grant can be approved on time if we have not submitted on time ourselves. So the issue of compliance is still an issue in the department, and we should consider it. Compliance at all levels, compliance in all aspects of the management and even the program. So I just wanted you to note that particular thing. And then on B, there are no letters for Mwabelo and Malakela. I think I only saw the letter for Kekana only in the annex. So we would appreciate if you were saying there are letters, then they are agreed. Any question or any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nemkumloni TC. Like you said, for the late submission of this report, it's like on the PFMA and the other pieces of the legislation where we have the due dates for the report. Actually, I don't know whether it's still the lack of capacity not to know the closing date, or they were still compiling information and so on. Chairperson, it should be in those lists or critically indicated that it's not acceptable, totally unacceptable. We want our poor people to get effective service delivery. But somebody is just sitting at the office having air conditioner and everything. You let a poor person somewhere in Amtintane and so on not to get help from those who are given assistance through this grant. MEC, I think critically we have to indicate to the acting HOD and other senior managers that on the quarterly one, we are going to follow critically on this one. And we must see consequence management being applied for this disregarding the due dates for the grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We need to respond.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mokwele. I think with this one, the honorable members are quite correct to say the issue of observing the cut-off dates in terms of the compliance issues is very much important, because it affects, like it cut across, of course, all the directorates and their areas of competencies. It's not only the issue of the CASP, but also in other programs, which I would like the HOD or the acting HOD to jack up in terms of that, because what you are saying is very much true, and it's very much important, because you fail to submit on the date required, you then forfeit the amount that you are supposed to get, or the transfer, which will then render services to the community members. So we take the blame, and also we make sure that the acting HOD, I think this also reminds me that when I live here, I must also make sure that I do follow up in writing, so that the HOD must also take this matter further with monitoring and evaluation, because like I've indicated, it does not only affect this one of the CASP, it affects all the areas of the directorates. So everybody, before you can even wait to be monitored by the very same department, monitoring and evaluation, you must have the dashboard, that which concerns your department. You are confined to the particular department alone. So you should be able to know all the calendar events, the submission in terms of the contract management, the review of the policy, everything. They should be in your dashboard before you can even expect somebody to come and follow up on what you are doing in terms of the compliance measures. It still falls within the responsibility of each and every directorate. And thanks for that one. I'm going to make sure that I make follow-up. I'm going to write a letter to my friend here, and the letter which should also be cascaded to her subordinates. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Question 6.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumulone TC. Page 24. Executing authority in paragraph 36 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the department did not determine if any state institution involved in education or training required computer equipment before disposal of such equipment as required by Treasury Regulation 16A 7.1. Why did the accounting officer not determine if any state institution involved in education or training required computer equipment before disposal of such equipment as required by Treasury Regulation 16A 7.7? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting officer take against the program manager and the other responsible officials? D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nkumbuloni. Emerson.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, colleagues. My name is Mpo Abigail Mashamba. I'm the acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. On question 6, which relates to asset management, the provision of Treasury Regulation 16A 7.7 state that the accounting officer or accounting authority must, when disposing of computer equipment, firstly approach any state institution involved in education or training to determine whether such an institution requires such equipment. This provision could not be applied by our department as all computers equipment disposed were deemed to be obsolete and unusable. Therefore, the department could not have approached any state entity to transfer or donate items deemed obsolete and unusable. The computers which were disposed during the 2023-2024 financial year were obsolete, and the department had removed hard drives for information security. Without the hard drive, such computer equipment is unusable and were disposed as scrap. The responsible officials in B is Director Supply Chain Management, Mr. D. Antonio, Deputy Director Asset Management, Mrs. J. Ngwash. The action that the accounting officer took against the program manager and other responsible, and other responsible officials, disciplinary steps were taken by the program manager against the responsible official, C annexure KK. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The Department of Education will be notified first before any disposal of computer equipment to determine whether the Department of Education requires such equipment irrespective of the condition of the equipment. The understanding is that the computer equipment in any condition can be used at the education entities. See Annexure LM. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think the issue of asset management was also presented in the one of the resolutions. But my question is, why then do you have to take action against the two program managers while your action was justified? Because the last bullet is justifying why that happened, and I think you believe in that. But why do you take action against people if you think that you have done what was necessary by that time? I'm just being curious.
Thank you, Chairperson. You see, amazing, I'm starting to have a problem. You see, the explanation is quite accurate and understandable. And if you said I come to my HOD to say that these computers are dilapidated, they cannot be used, and we agree, all of us. And I think it was a collective, and that answer is accurate, very accurate. But how on this earth you go and apply consequence management for a broken asset which is seen by everybody? Or we are doing it to fulfill the questions from Scopa to say that we should be seen applying consequences management? I think like the chairperson is saying, the explanation was quite just 100%. No any other in this universe can just ask again that when you take out that high drive, they are just scrap. But even if they are scrap, a poor employee is being threatened by heaven. Can we see the logic of this thing in future? I feel pity for the employee who have been written letters for scrap computers. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe you have some wisdom. But for me to understand that, I think if you go to the strategic planning and you see these computers and everybody agree at the strategic planning that we are going to dispose this, you inform Treasury about that, and that's it. That is why we can use valuable employees and resign and go to the other sectors, because consequence management is applied for things which are not there. Maybe because you are technocrats on that disciplinary things, I rest my case, but the explanation which you said, HOD, it was accurate and understandable. When going further, there lies a problem.
Yeah, I'm going to recognize the representative from the AG, but before that, I also want to comment on the recommendation that we will liaise with the Department of Education, because I see this exercise as very problematic, especially for the schools. If you go around all the schools, you'll find in their storerooms a lot of computers that are not working. And it also creates a problem for the school in terms of disposing them, because there are also regulations to dispose any asset from a school. So because of the tedious processes and procedures to dispose, so they end up taking space in the schools, and most of the schools, remember, we have a challenge of classrooms. So in fact that you have got two classes, the other one full of computers that are not working, the other one full of what that is not working, and the disposer. When you say we want to dispose this, they say, hey, if we want to be charged, take that broken computer and throw it away, because there are processes, and the process will actually the district, the SGB, and all those things. So it's a problem. I'm not saying you must not do it, but at least let's take something that they can use it, so that when they involve themselves in the process of disposing it, at least they have used it for 2 or 3 years. So I saw AG, you're raising my hand?
No, they were pointing a finger at me as an AG from this side. Okay, let's understand. This requirement is very clear. It says the accounting officer or authority, when disposing the computer, firstly, they must approach any institution involved in education and or training to determine whether such requires that equipment or such an equipment. 2, the issues that we've got institutions that are dealing with the computers for training purposes, repairing, understanding what is the mouse, what is the desktop, what is all those things. They are using for training, they can be used for training purposes. 2, I see also the department is also, I don't know what I should call it. The last paragraph on D, in response, they are saying the Department of Education will be notified before any disposal of computer to determine whether the Department of Education, because it is not saying the Department of Education, it's saying any training and any training institution requires such and irrespective of the condition of equipment. And in conclusion, the department is saying the understanding is that the computer equipment in any condition can be used at education entities. The department is now agree. Is now no. Let's look at this statement at D. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, back to you.
Okay, it's fine, but it's still saying the Department of Education, and the Department of Education, we have got schools, especially in the province, we don't have higher education. We have basic education and we're having schools. We don't have training centers. So the dean is saying they must go to the Department of Education to dump those things. But we understand where you are coming from in terms of the legislation. But we believe that the official was doing it in a good faith to say, looking at the state anyway, to go from one office to another to say, do you want computers? It's still going to be a very tedious exercise. Maybe he cut corners or she cut corners, but the intention was not malicious, in my view. Is that I don't know how was he represented or how was he represented in the hearing to understand that she was given a warning. But it's fine. We are also learning, and I think in the department in future they will deal with these issues better. And that was the last question, please. That was the last question. And we want to appreciate your presentation, your responses to the questions. You responded to the best of our ability, and you'll be able to get some, or to generate some conclusions based on the presentation on the department, and we'll be able to come up with resolutions that will take this department forward. And some of those resolutions will be presented to the House for adoption, and after they are adopted, there will be House resolution, and they will need to be implemented. And then in the next hearing, you will have to account on the progress. But like I said, this time we do things differently. Even before you appear, we have checked the progress so that when we appear during the Scopa hearing, we have processed where we can process, and then we know that we have difficulties here and there. If we want intervention of the Treasury, we will approach them so that we don't have a lot of resolution taking a long time, like we have got resolution that date up from 2016, 2014, they are not implemented, and we're stuck, and we come and decide about them every time. And some of them even affect the audit opinion of the AG. So we want to deal with those resolutions. According to the program, we are on item number 6, which is recommendations. And like we indicated, as and when we were debating, we were trying to come up with recommendations. And I hope you will notice some of these recommendations, which they will later come formally as resolution from the House. From this recommendation, we are going to develop the resolutions, and then they will be presented for adoption, and they will come formally in the form of resolutions which have to be implemented. So without any waste of time, we will go to item number 7, where we will request a comment by the AGSA.
Okay, thanks. I'm Murani David from the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Chairperson, I just want to appreciate the process. It has been a fair process, and also want to appreciate the department because for their responses, they were really thorough on their responses. And like we indicated in the morning, that the department have got the potential to move to clean, and we encourage them to go and work hard to ensure that it is on specific area of compliance, to ensure that it is they comply with all relevant regulations. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Chairperson. Portia Semenya, Provincial Treasury, PAG. Chair, we want to appreciate the department. I'm sure they are very much relieved today that the session has happened. but we strongly believe that we are going to improve and ensure that we adhere to all the non-compliance matters, the AFS, the spending on the budget, and we are going to actually support the department chairperson and hope they are not going to appear in the next round. That is a promise that I was given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And MEC, the good thing about getting a clean audit is that you don't appear. So if you want to see me for the last time, get a clean audit. Let's get a clean audit. So thank you, Provincial Treasury and MEC, your comment?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele, members of the Scopa, representation from AG, Treasury, our officials starting from the HOD and the staff from all the departments. Let me take this opportunity without waste of time to indicate that from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, we are very much thankful for the factual comments, inputs. They were indeed developmental and building, and we thank you so much, and we're going to make sure that as from today, henceforth, we must make sure that we conduct our business the unusual way, and make sure that all hands are on the deck. All that the issues that you have highlighted to, we are going to make sure that we implement them, and effectively so. The issue of the audit findings, the issue of spending on the grants received, we are going to improve the issue of the credibility of the AFS and compliance, of course, with the legislations, and the issue of the impact that you are doing on the ground to the community members is going to be realized from today and henceforth. And we promise before every one of us sitting here to say, I think the chairperson will see us for the last time appearing in Scopa. Indeed, you are going to make it. We can attest to the fact that we have also left a legacy in the department where we were given an opportunity to lead the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, where we have also left the good legacy. So I should believe that with the commitment that I've realized from the team Department of Agriculture, we are getting there. They are now starting to get use of me, and I can realize that the response in everything that I request from them, they just come amicably. So, and next time we're going to achieve the clean audit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. As I will forward, we indeed were expecting the department to improve and to move from unqualified with findings to unqualified with no findings, which is a big audit. And then, like the AG has said, you have got that potential. What you have to do is just to strengthen your internal controls, to provide or to develop capacity in terms of compliance, because there's no way you can move if you don't comply. If you don't comply, you always have the irregular expenditure, the wasteful expenditure, which will impact on the audit opinion. The establishment of the loss control committee to deal with the losses or the recovery of losses, I think that committee, if you have it, should be very functional, because we want the recovery of the lost money. That is what we are interested in. And then the other issue is that the turnaround strategy. You can't have a clean audit if you don't have a deliberate action to say we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you can have that, I'm telling you, you are going to achieve it. And the other thing is that according to the presentation of the AG this morning, he painted a picture that you need to improve in all aspects: asset management, contract management, and in fact, in all the areas you are by, you are yellow. So it means that you are not doing bad, but you are not doing any good. You have to have very serious intervention. You have to improve. At least we want to see half of those or all of them being doing the next time. So the issue of monitoring and evaluation is very critical. The recovery of the lost money should be prioritized. And like we've indicated, that there is a MEC, and this is very serious. It might not be rife, but for the fact that we can have a money paid when there's no service, that is a warning sign that we might be sitting in a department where the potential of fraud and corruption could be rife. It might not be the only one, or this one might be the only one that was detected. There might be many. So that issue should be an eye open. That indeed, if a service can be paid while not that, and people conniving in and outside the department, and they succeed, then it means we need to take very serious stuff about that. There was one issue that I failed to raise, but I want to just highlight it so that when you go back, distribute it. Where there was an irregular expenditure of 2.2, I just on the page, and whereby you were advised by the state attorney that leave that thing because we may not be able to. So I don't know why it slipped my mind, but that thing is very, very serious. What kind of a legal opinion is that? And that opinion is not said, it is raised because the legal cost will be more than 2.2 million, because that will be justified. If you are saying, well, if you pursue this one legally, the cost will be more than what you are going to recover. So there's no clear explanation of why that legal opinion. I just want you to note, maybe the next time in the quarterly meetings we'll be able to talk about it. But I just forgot, and I don't know how, but it's very, very serious. So, but anyway, we really appreciate your responses. They shed a light, and that is why I was saying they will be able to, they will enable the committee to generate some findings and the recommendations, so that when we present to the House, and we'll be able to help the department through the Treasury and through the Office of the Premier to assist you to get or to go where you want you to go. Clean audit and continue to provide service. We want to thank you, Mercy, and your entourage. We want to thank you, AG, and Provincial Treasury, the staff and the committee. I know it was tedious. I know you spent sleepless nights preparing the department and the committee and everybody. Because when you come, we prepare. And you have seen that you also prepared yourself. This assists the people of the Congo, so that we are able to produce a product or a finding or a conclusion that is informed by what is happening on the ground. We really appreciate that effort, and we think that we've come to the end of our hearing. It went very well. There was no crisis. Like I said in the previous meeting when we returned to it, say we are returning you based on the technical part on the issues we engage in the, when your file is final. And that is why you are here today, because your file was all arranged, then you get into the issue. You don't get into the issues outside the meeting, outside a well-prepared file, because it's the prepared file that will be able to make it very easy for us to prepare. It is on that basis that we said, please let's make sure that our file is user-friendly, because it makes life very easy for us. We've got so many files, two maybe in some cases three from different departments. Just imagine if you have to struggle to get an annexure, you'll get mad. So that is why we're insisting that at least they be well arranged, so that it becomes, when we say X, you find X. When we say Y, you find Y. You can't take 2 days to prepare the file. So we really appreciate your cooperation and your understanding in that matter. So I thank the staff and all those who followed us on the social media. You really made